Welcome to the smooth editing course. In this course, you're going to learn exactly how to do the smooth editing style, which is the exact style that I've used in my own career, where I'm now working with the largest creators in the world. Guys with 20, 30 million subscribers, and this took me from editing for $50 a video to now charging anywhere from 2,000 for every single video. We're going to cover everything from the fundamentals of creating smooth edits to the 5 dynamic principles that make it so your edits aren't overwhelming, but everything comes together to make a good edit. We're also going to be talking about creativity as well as some transitions that you can do to bring your whole edit together. The beautiful part about the smooth editing style is that no matter which niche, which other style that you want to sort of go into, smooth editing always comes up. I've worked with every single niche you could think of: art, gaming, self-improvement. I've done reactor videos, I've done IRL challenges, I've even worked in finance, crypto. This style stands strong, and the principles that we're going to go over together in this course are applicable to every other style that you could want. And to be clear, a lot of what I'm going to show you is going to be within Premiere Pro, purely because I do most of my editing in Premiere, and I find it crazy that people think you need After Effects just to be a good editor. I used to be told by so many people that I needed After Effects if I wanted to make anything out of my career, but here I am. I stayed on Premiere, and I've had multiple 10k months after that. What you need to understand is the way you get good at editing. It isn't a secret software or a specific thing you need to learn. You get good at editing by spending a lot of time on a single software until you become the best at it. So if you are a Premiere editor, you're in luck, because this course is literally catered to you. So once you've got Premiere installed on your PC, your Mac, even if you have a bad computer, it doesn't really matter. These smooth editing principles still apply and you can still use them. I'll see you inside the next lesson where we'll go over the fundamentals of smooth editing. Welcome to the first module, Smooth Editing Fundamentals. This is where we're going to teach you all the necessary techniques for you to actually execute the smooth editing style. These techniques that you learn, the way that you look at elements, the way that you look at the curves, it's going to be the basis of every single keyframe that you put down for the rest of your editing career. For years to come, these techniques are going to be applied. So I can't wait to teach you this, because this hasn't been taught anywhere else. This is me editing thousands of videos and having to learn this for myself. So if you can, open up Premiere while you're doing this and you'll be able to follow the steps as I'm doing them. Other than that, we'll jump into the first lesson. So now we've got Premiere Pro open, and as you know, you can drag things into your timeline. I'm not going to go through the dead basics of how to import clips. You already know that. What I want to explain is more the way I like to think about the elements that are on screen. Elements are essentially what I call these little blocks. I like calling them all elements. You'll find that there's actually 3 types of elements that you're going to be concerned with when it comes to editing. First one is backgrounds. This is basically things that fill up the whole screen. It's this footage, you can see this is the background. If we are going to do a smooth edit, it would be a PNG coming up on here, but the background is the actual footage. So these 2 are both types of backgrounds. I've added 2 of them on this layer, so we know these are backgrounds. Let's make them both green to make it clear. There's 2 types of backgrounds. There's footage, which is usually the client will give you this or whatever you've downloaded online. Or you can have artificial backgrounds. This is where you've gone in and you've created a certain image, something to fill in the background yourself. This could be either you having like a color matte like this. So I'll show you how I created this. You just go onto a new item, go onto color matte, click OK, select the color. Let's say you've got like this greenish, just call it green so it stays organized. Sorry bro, I just hit my mic. Then you drag that in, and you can add some effects like a brightness and contrast. Maybe do this, mask it, extend the mask. And this pretty much just creates a vignette. And yeah, this is how you can create it. And then there's other effects that I like to do for things like this to add more depth. But this is generally how you can make an artificial background. So your backgrounds are either footage or artificial. The next type of element that you're going to have is a foreground element. So we've done the background, now it's foreground. Foreground elements are things that basically they don't take up the whole screen. And it's things like subtitles. So here you can see if you put a subtitle on top, it's not taking up the whole screen. Same thing with a PNG. So I've got the picture of my cat here. this is a foreground element. This also includes things like overlay. So I've got this stupid overlay here. If I just Alt key this out, so basically green screening it, you'll see this is now a foreground element. So you've got background elements and the foreground elements that go on top. So you can see if I just sort of move things around here, you can see you can have multiple foreground elements on a background. You've also got adjustment layers. So this is the third type of element. So you've got backgrounds, foregrounds, then adjustment layers. Adjustment layers are going to be where we can add a transform or any other effect for that matter, but what we're mostly concerned with is transform. And now anything you've added to this adjustment layer will happen to all the clips below it. If you don't know how to create an adjustment layer, you just go to this bin, click new adjustment layer, and then click OK. Then you can drag that on and then add a transform to this. So that's how you create adjustment layers. It's the combination of these three that are essentially going to allow us to create insane edits. This sounds super simple right now, but once you understand this, it's like everything else becomes a lot easier to understand, because these are essentially our building blocks. This is what we're going to apply the motion to in order for us to create an insane edit. You're going to hear me referencing, oh, the background, the foreground elements. This foreground element should be taking this much space. So understanding what a background is and a foreground element is, and then an adjustment layer which basically helps bring them all together, super important concept to understand. So what I recommend doing now, if you have your Premiere Pro open, which I recommend if you are going to be following alongside of this, open up your Premiere and bring in a background which is a normal one, so a like footage background. So bring in a practice footage. If you need to download a video, if you need to download the beginning of this this course, like you can just take the first minute and download that. Just put it onto your timeline, get an artificial background, so you make your own background like this, and then bring in a subtitle like this. So this is our first type of foreground element. Bring in a PNG. You can download this from the internet, whatever image you want. Could be a car, could be the Eiffel Tower, could be whatever. And then download from YouTube a green screen video, something like this. This is a blue screen, green screen, doesn't really matter. Search up a meme, search up whatever, and go to a YouTube to MP4 downloader, download that, bring it into Premiere. So you've got these different types of elements, and just practice putting them on screen and getting an adjustment layer, throwing transform onto there, and just messing about, seeing how each thing interacts with each other. I know this sounds super basic, but it's important to see the differences between, okay, there's a motion effect directly on the text, and then there's also a motion on the foreground elements. Let's see how the zooms work. So if I zoom in on this one, it does it from the bottom. If I zoom in on the Pepe, then it does it from the center of that Pepe rather than the center of the screen. With the transform and the adjustment layer, you have more control. Oh, the motion doesn't actually help with the adjustment layer, but it does with if you add a transform onto it. So mess about with that and have a sequence similar to this. And once you've done that, I'll see you in the next lesson. So now we have the building blocks for a video. Let's actually show how to move these around. There's a few different ways to move elements around your screen, but essentially the main two are going to be motion. So this is where on every single element, you're going to have Premiere Pro putting an automatic motion effect on there. There's something you can't delete it. You can just, it's just on every single clip. This allows you to move around, and there's two ways to move it around on this. You can either click on the motion effect. It'll bring these blue lines around the clip, and you can move it like this. It's a little laggy, but hey, you see it, you see what it does. Or you can just drag on the actual numbers going up and down. Same thing with scale. The second way of moving, which is actually more important to us, if you go into your effects tab and search up transform and then drag that onto your clip, you'll see these values do a very similar thing. In fact, the exact same thing as motion, where you can move it around the screen, zoom it in, zoom it out, rotate. But the advantage to this is this one effect here. This is called sharp angle. It's from 0 to 360, and if you mess about with it right now, it doesn't actually look like it's doing anything. But when you keyframe something, let's say we keyframe it from the left to the right. If we were to just leave shutter angle at 0, you see it's moving, cool, whatever. If we put shutter angle to 360, we've got motion blur. This is like what puts edits together. Edits without motion blur, I know it sounds kind of cliche, like, oh, what, should we just put motion blur and everything? My answer is genuinely yes. I put basically every single movement I do has the shutter angle all the way cranked up to 360 for the most motion blur possible. You can go too far with this. If you put it to 360 and it looks like too much, then okay, we'll try putting it down maybe 180, 200, whatever. But for the most part, I will automatically just crank it all the way up. This is with every single transform that you put on. So these are the two ways of actually moving things in Premiere. And for 99.99999% of the movements that you do, you're going to be using the transform effect. It's going to be ingrained into your muscle memory of you dragging in a transform and setting the shutter angle to 360. You just always do it whenever you move things. And keyframing, you probably know it already, but I'll show you just in case. You just click this button, this time stop, which tells the software, yo, at this time, make sure like the PNG is at this spot. And when you go forward in time, you move the cursor thing forward. You can change the position of it. So Premiere, I recommend for transform, just use the actual number. Or you could use this blue dot, but it's a little more finicky. I actually use the numbers for transform. And then now we've got keyframes. It's like, look, it goes from one place to another. And you can open this little tab up, which is basically the velocity. This is at what point is it at what speed. So right now you see from the start to the finish of these keyframes, it's the exact same speed, right? Let's just move these stuff so it doesn't get in the way. You see it's the exact same speed. Moving these bars will essentially change the speed at which it moves at. So you can see that's its fastest in the middle. Now this will be its fastest at the start. So it's super fast and then it slows down. Or we can have it super slow at the start of movement. You can see it's moving a tiny bit. And then it speeds super fast at the end. You're going to learn about curves and when to use what curves and the best way to do it in the next lesson, I believe. Yeah, the next lesson where we talk about smooth curves. But for now, all you need to understand is this is the basics of motion, this transform effect. Your life and soul will be in this transform effect. That sounded a bit strange, but basically my career, if I had to put like a percentage of what my career is built off of, 90% of my career is towards this transform effect. I've spent more hours in here than I probably have with my family, and that's why I'm really fucking good at it. And it's crazy how just knowing how to change these curves literally separates an editor that wants to make like good edits and wants to make money to the best of the best. Just how good can you control these little bars? So I'm going to show you exactly how I do it in next lesson, but essentially that's how you use transform. Transform works on all the different elements, so it works on footage as well. So just practice now, create some basic keyframes.
This is my story.
See how it works, experiment with shutter angle, just have some things slide on and off screen. And in the next lesson I'm going to show you exactly how to make the curves so that they are smooth. So for now, just have the background slide in like this, and then you can reset it like that. Just have it simple slide in, and have a PNG which does the same, which let's just delete these for now. It goes from off the screen to onto the screen.
From 1000 hours.
So have these two animations for now.
Story. From 1000 hours.
And in the next lesson, I'm going to show you exactly how to do curves, and hopefully I can save you the tens of thousands of hours that I spent learning this. So welcome to lesson 3 on smooth curves. If there was only one lesson in this entire course that you could take, let it be this one. I promise you, once you understand this will change the way that you edit. So I want to show you a clip right now. I might just edit this in, but anyways, I'll show you here. A lot of people see edits like this and it can seem kind of overwhelming. But what if I told you that this entire edit, there's actually only 3 movements throughout the entire video. In fact, in any edit that you look up to or that you want to create, there's actually only 3 movements. That's entry, exit, and intermediate movements. Let me explain a little more. So entry movements is basically when something comes onto the screen. Let's bring on this PNG that we had from earlier. This PNG, imagine we had, let's bring this PNG up. We're not gonna keyframe anything. I'm just gonna show you an animation by just like moving it around the screen. So if something's off the screen and it comes on like this, that's an entry animation. This is something that's entering the screen. The next thing that a PNG could do, so it could be coming onto the screen. The next thing it could do is it could be coming off the screen. That is another thing that it could do. Other than coming on or coming off the screen, there's only one other thing that it can do. It can stay on the screen. So that's when it goes from one part of the screen to another. So that's an intermediate animation. Every single movement that you see in any edit ever, like physically, this is the only way that it can exist. It's either coming onto the screen, going off the screen, or staying on the screen. So let's just go through this video and kind of like understand these animations and start breaking it down, because actually being able to look at an edit and identify, oh, that's an exit animation, that's an entry, that's an intermediate, this is a part of smooth editing. So let's go through this video. Let's think of something simple. Okay, look at this picture and the animation that it's doing on the screen. What is it doing? It's coming onto the screen, right? So is it an entry animation, an exit animation, or an intermediate? It's an entry animation, right? Let's say with the what's up. So when it comes off the screen, which type of animation is it? It's an exit animation. Let's try to find an intermediate animation. On here, which element is the one that it has a movement, it's animated, but it's not coming on or coming off the screen? This little image here. This is staying on the screen both before and after the animation. Like the movement, so from this point to this point, both the points are on the screen. So it's an intermediate animation. So like ingrain that into your head. Entry, exit, intermediate. Each one of these has a different curve that we're going to make when it comes to the transform effect. So it's extremely important. Like you need to understand what entry, exit, and intermediate is. If you don't understand that, you won't know which curves to make. This is the fundamentals. So once we know which animation it is, let's say we have an entry. Let's drag a transform on and let's create a super simple entry animation on this PNG. So we're just going to create 2 keyframes, go to the first keyframe and have it going from off the screen to onto the screen. Super simple, right? What I want you to do is open this up, this little arrow, so that will basically show you the velocity stuff. Highlight the 2 keyframes, right click, go to temporal interpolation and click ease in. Then do the same, but this time click ease out. That will create this sort of curve. It's like a hill. If you watch this, you'll watch it's a little smoother than normal. An entry curve is when basically it comes on super fast, and then by the time that it's come to its stop, when it's already on the screen, it slows down. So it's going to look like basically this. I'm not sure if the camera puts it the right way, but I'll show you in the actual software. So if you just drag this bar to the left and this left bar left, in fact just move it left for now, just to keep it basic. I'll show you the proper way to do it in a minute. If you look at this is a lot smoother. If we put up our sharp angle so we get motion blur, look at how much nicer this looks like to how it was before. I'll show you how it was while it was linear. This is how it was before. This is how it is now. Already we've seen a huge improvement, right? I'm going to show you how to make these bars a lot nicer. So we're back to the hill now. You move this bar to the left And this bar, we move up, and you don't have to actually stop here. You can move past the border and then let go. Now you've got an even sharper animation. So what I recommend is have it, it's a fine balancing act. So you don't want to go so high that it literally just instantly pops up. But you also don't want to have it like so low that it basically just feels kind of sloppy. I recommend go a little bit up. This takes a little trial and error. You'll get used to it. And have it a couple pixels away from this edge. So you don't want it all the way here, but you also don't want it all the way here. I recommend just have it a little far, a few pixels away. And also something I recommend doing is moving the keyframes apart like this. Gives you more leeway to make this either even sharper or slightly further away from the wall. So it's by messing about with these. So once again, going temporal, ease in, ease out, moving this bar like this bar up and slightly to the left. But you get curves like these. And then if you want to make it a lot sharper, you just move it up even more. Even sharper, move it up even more. Like, that's essentially how you do it. So that's an entry curve. Now, exit curves is when we have a PNG. So this one's coming onto the screen. It's when we have a PNG that's coming off the screen. So let me show you what that looks like. So we've got our plain PNG here. We drag a transform on, and we keyframe it from onto the screen. So this is where it's on the screen. And the next keyframe is when it's off the screen. So let's say we move it, let's say it goes out to the top. Once again, we put our motion blur all the way up. That's why it looks like a linear. What we can do is come in here, right click, ease in, ease out. And let's see what happens if we do the same curve as before. If we did an entry curve here, that's what it looks like. Not very smooth. What you want to do instead is the exact opposite. So the left bar, we move to the right as much as it would go. And then the right bar up and slightly to the right. And it will create this sort of ramp. So now look how much smoother that looks. Once again, you can experiment by going even higher. You can have it lower if you want to try that out. You can put them closer together, see how that looks. But usually I recommend having it further apart, so far like this, and then sharp. I found this is how you get the smoothest keyframes. Long and sharp. Just keep those in your head. Long and sharp. Keyframes that are far apart, so they're long. So you get even like right at the beginning, like it's like barely moving, but this is what makes it look super dynamic. So long and sharp movements. If it's too fast, you just bring it down a bit. You bring it down and get it closer to the wall. So yeah, that's how you do the exit curve. Now, entry curves. Let's bring in another PNG. You put in your transform and you get the basic animation that you want. So let's say we want it from the left to the right. So this is where it's not going off the screen. It's not coming onto the screen. It's just staying on the screen from one position to another. If we did an entry curve, we would temporal, ease in, ease out. This is what an entry curve would look like. Let's put motion blur up. Entry curve. Okay, it looks smooth for the last part, but it just kind of stutters at the beginning. Exit curve would look like this, which doesn't look the best. Instead, what we're going to do is called an intermediate curve. So do your ease in and ease out once again. And we're going to bring both bars towards the middle. Now that is what you call an intermediate curve. This is whenever there's a PNG that's staying on the screen. So that's actually what the curve looks like for this image when it's going from here to here. I'll show you how to do this curved movement as well. But when it comes to the actual curve that's on the keyframes, this is the pattern. So once again, you can by changing the distances of the bars, you change the speed of things. So if you still want an intermediate curve, but you do want it slightly more towards the beginning, you can make it something like this, where the left bar is slightly shorter than the right. Still follows the intermediate curve. Same thing with being further on the right. But generally what I found is it's better to have one where both of them are super near the middle. And if you want it faster, you just put the bars even closer. So let's, for extreme example, let's put them super close. You see how sharp that is? But if you want it to be slightly slower, which I actually prefer sometimes, you just put them slightly further apart. And once again, this follows the sharp and long rule. So if you feel as though you just can't get it as smooth as you want, you put them further apart, like this, and then now it's like, oh, it's kind of slow, whatever. And then you just make them sharp. So sharp and long, like this. A little too sharp, let's save that. This is how you create intermediate curves. Now, let me show you how to do, so practice that first of all. I want you to get a PNG, practice the entry animation on a PNG, practice the exit animation, and then practice an intermediate animation. That is going to be the 3 basic movements. And once you can identify entry animations, exit animations, and intermediate animations, and do the correct curve, this is how you do smooth editing. Of course, like, there's a lot more that goes into it, but just being able to look at this element. Okay, was this element on the screen? So this little banner thing, was it on the screen before the animation we're doing? So let's say this flap down animation. Is it currently on the screen? No. Are we bringing it onto the screen? Yes. Therefore, it's an entry animation. That means the curve that we're using is going to be this entry curve. When we make it slide up, it is currently on the screen. We're making it come off the screen. Therefore, it's going to be coming. It's coming off. It's an exit curve, so it's this curve. We want to break it down into fundamental movements. So I understand there's some things that are moving like crazy. Like this is moving like crazy. We break it down to basically fundamental movements. Just what movements do we put together in order for a thing to animate? So with this piece, technically, okay, it comes on first. That part was an exit. It was an entry animation from here to here. There is a new animation going from here to here. There's a new animation from here to here. There's a new animation here to here. New animation here to here. There's a new animation here to here. There's a new animation here to here. Like, each part is a new animation, which I'll show you later, but we're basically going to be stacking. And when you break it down into its component movement, so one movement at a time. So this entry is one movement. This exit is one movement. Practice those animations now. And you can do this both with the smaller elements, so the foreground elements like this, but also with
This is my story.
Footage. So let's bring on the footage here.
This is my story.
So this is us sliding it in. We're gonna ease in, ease out, and if it's sliding in, it's an entry curve. We just create an entry curve like this.
This is my story. This is my story.
And now we've got an entry curve. And this exact same thing works with the artificial backgrounds as well. So we slide that on. Bang. Bang. In fact, I'll show you a slide out for this one. You do the ease in, ease out. There's a shortcut that you can use, which I'll show you now, which just does, instead of having to right click and click this every time, you just click one time. I'll show you that in a second. So the exit curve is this. Make sure the sharp angle's up. It's a little fast. Let's put it further apart. Still a little bit fast. Maybe it's a bit too sharp. There we go. I like that. So that's how you do the action animations. Make sure you practice this. You need to practice this enough times to the point where it's muscle memory. Like, I've gotten to the point where I can basically do this without thinking now. So it's like me doing that, then that, bang, and I already know this is a entry curve, so I'll just do that. Like I can basically eyeball things without really thinking much. It might take you a couple minutes to actually move this around, see like, oh, when I move it higher, this is what happens. When I move it slightly lower, oh, that's interesting, it changes like that. It's worth taking the time to experiment now. So I'll show you the shortcut actually that I use to basically do this with the keyframe. So instead of having to right click, bang, bang, that takes ages. Not only can you reset them, but you can click them all at once. Just do Control Alt K, which brings up your shortcuts. If you don't want to use that, just go edit keyboard shortcuts and just search up temporal interpolation, and you can extend this if you can't read all of them. Temporal interpolation ease in, set it to 9. Temporal interpolation ease out, no, so set ease in to 8 and ease out to 9. The exact keys that you set it to aren't really that important. What's important is that they're next to each other. The reason being, when I click a button to do this, I can basically click them like this. You know how you normally click a button like with one finger? Just get 2 fingers and just like click it like that. So now instead of having to do like 8 and 9, it feels almost as though I'm just clicking one button. It's like I just do that. And this basically gives you the base to do the smooth animation. So this is what it'll look like, the full process. Drag and transform. Pick in your head, what animation am I doing? Okay, I want to slide this in. You create the basic keyframes. And then you just highlight them, click 8, 9. This gives you the base. You can put your sharp angle up. And remember, we're doing an entry, so we just create that entry animation. Okay, make it a little further. Cool. And that's how you do the smooth curves. So before moving on, up to this point, we've only shown how to do slides. So sliding in, sliding out, and intermediate slides. But we can actually use this exact same concept, this concept of entry, exit, and intermediate curves with any movement, not just slides, not just our positioning. You see all these other values, scale, skew, rotation, these all follow the same principles. Even opacity, which I'll show you in a second. So let's talk with the next logical one after slides, zooms. So if you get a new PNG and just put a transform on, and we're going to do a scale from 0 to 100. So 0 to 100, this is what it looks like. Something I found for some versions of Premiere, if you put it on 0, it actually just bugs out and makes it show as 100. So if it does do that, just set it as 1 or 0.1. That's if it bugs out. But we're going to do the exact same technique. So put our curves, and because it's coming onto the screen, is an entry, exit, or intermediate. It's an entry, it's literally coming onto the screen. And you move this right bar to the left and this left bar up and to the left, just like before. And put the motion blur, of course. Now, in fact, this is something I want to show. So without motion blur, it works fine. But when you add a motion blur, for this version of Premiere, which I know happens a lot, it just bugs out like this. The quick fix for that is you want to nest it. So just get your PNG. So this is the PNG. I'm duplicating it so I can refer back to this if I need to. But you'll have your PNG. Make it in the center of the screen. So if you can, just reset this. If it's a PNG that it's not already naturally in the center, just move it to the center. But for this, you can just reset it and it's in the center. Then nest it. So right click, nest, and the name doesn't really matter. Then now if you add a transform and you do the same thing, so we go from 0 to 100 and we have the motion blur on, which previously messed it up, you'll see it worked perfectly. So now let's get to the curves, 8, 9, and set the entry curve because it's coming onto the screen. Ooh, it's a little fast. In fact, no, it actually does do the bug. So this is the bug I was talking about. It says 0, but it's actually showing as 1. Just set it from 1%. So now you see the entry curve. Something with the entry curve on scale, which doesn't happen with transform. There's a few different things. Not with transform, with position, is on a position keyframe. So when we're sliding, you can't really like mess up the bottom bit because you don't want it so the bars are up here. Otherwise, it'll just start by moving. We want it for the first few frames to not be moving at all, right? With the position ones, we can literally just drag it all the way down, and then it'll naturally stay in line with the velocity bar from before, instead of being like this, which is bad. With position, you can just drag it all the way down and it'll naturally keep itself in line. With scale, it falls into a problem where, let's say for the entry where this needs to be in line, this can go above or below, as you can see, which causes this sort of jitteriness. So you'll see what that looks like. I won't do something as extreme as this. Yeah, if you have that, it basically does this. Like, it does some weird curve. So you want it to be in line perfectly with this. So after the keyframe and at the keyframe should be perfect, like in line. You'll know if it's right or wrong. So let's say you put the bar slightly too high, it'll do this. If you put the bar slightly too low, it'll do this. We want it dead on. It can take some practice, like here, slightly off. If you zoom in, you'll realize if it's good or not. Move it slightly lower. There, that's about perfect. It is slightly off, but like it's worth the time to practice getting it perfect. This is what separates like good editors from the bad ones, where a bad editor will like just do this and they can't really be bothered to fix it. A good editor like deadass goes in and will spend like a minute just trying to fix this. It's worth it. And for the second one, it's the exact same as before. So this is what it'll look like normally, and then you just drag it up to the left, and now it creates that curve that we want. You don't want to go too high or too far to the right, otherwise it'll do this. And that's exaggerated, of course. This is what it might look like. That's just because you dragged it too far up or too far right. So we just do the opposite. Drag it a bit to the left, drag it a bit down, and it'll fix it for us. So that's the entry curve on the scale, which I've got here as well. And you can do the same with an exit. So it's the exact same process, but in the opposite direction. So I'll show you how to do that now. Just drag a transform on, scale from 100 to, let's say, 0.1. Sharp angle, put on max. Do your shortcuts that we showed last lesson. And then the exit curve, which is drag this to the right. Drag the right one down and to the right, like this. Don't want to go too far down. Just around here. So this is sort of what the top bar should look like. Then now that should look good. And now we've got an exit animation for a scale. If you want to put it closer together, that's what it'll do. And yeah, just mess about with the timings and the level that you bring this down to. Now with intermediate animations, this is where both at the start and the end, the image is already on. So remember with entry, image wasn't on, image is coming on, so it's the entry curve. Image is on, isn't on after, so it's an exit curve. With going from, let's say, 40% to 100%, the image is always on screen, so it's an intermediate curve. This follows the same principles as the slides. So we go from, I'll show you how to do it. Let's just bring on another PNG. So you add a transform onto it. Go from, let's say, 40% to 100. Put the sharp angle up. And now if we just create our intermediate curve, remember once again it has to stay on the bar, don't want to go up and down. Do that with both. Don't want to have them too close together, otherwise it'll be super sharp like this. In fact, that actually looks good. This is what I mean by super sharp. Just kind of gets rid of the smooth effect. So you want them slightly apart, and you get something that looks like this. If you put them closer together, it'll be sharper. Either the actual keyframes you put close together or the bars you put close together, and that'll make it sharper. Or if you want it to be smoother and you feel as though it kind of feels too sharp, move them further apart. If you need to, put these closer together a tiny bit. And now the animation will last longer. That's how you get super smooth for an intermediate. Now this I've just shown with position, and now we've shown with scale. Same exact thing with rotate. So rotate is this. I'm going to show how to, let's say it's already on screen, we just want to rotate and make it to a 360. before the animation, it's on screen. After the animation, it's on screen, which means the intermediate curve. So we just do that intermediate curve with rotation. So let me just show you how you would do it. Let's add a fresh PNG, drag that on. So rotation, let's say it starts from 0 and it goes up to 360. Shutter angle on max. And it's the exact same thing that we did with the scale. So once again, you want to make sure these bars are in line. So here you can see it's a little too low, I believe. So if I just put it, in fact, no, it's too high. You'll know if it's too high or too low. In fact, you can actually mess about with this bar. For rotation, it works better to just use this bar. Make sure that's straight in line. Same thing with the bottom one. And now you have an intermediate curve for rotation. Something I like doing with rotations is when you actually have it do something like this. So this, what type of curve is this? Is it an entry, exit, or an intermediate? It's off the screen, then it's on the screen, it's an entry. So this is where it zooms in at the same time as it rotates. So let's just show what it looks like if you rotate. So if you're just rotating, it's this graph where you drag this right bar to the left and on the line, and then the left bar you drag up and to the left, like this. And then you have the smooth zoom in as well, which follows the same curve. Then you get something like this. And for exit, something very similar. You can get it zooming out and scaling out at the same time. Yeah, I just wanted to show that because these curves, people think that it only applies to slides like this, but it applies to literally every single movement, even opacity. So if you were to go, let's say you want to have this PNG go from 0 to 100. Sure, this technically works, but you want to know the smoothest way to actually make an opacity. It's exactly like an entry curve. Sounds weird, but you can actually make smooth opacities. So if you were to have it come in, let's say we have another one which is, we're going to be making the opacity go down. We would do an exit curve, so it slowly starts fading out rather than suddenly starts fading. And if it was to go from, let's say, 100% to 30%, this technically works, but there's a harsh stop. If you can see that. What you can do is create an intermediate curve. These don't need to be as sharp. It's very subtle, but it's the small things like this that just add so much life to an edit, and it makes everything feel like it connects together. So practice with these, and just a quick tip, I'll show you how to use a sort of extension. It's called Slide Keys. It's by one of my good friends that I know in the editing space. His name's Jiggy. I'll add a link to this in the description. Just search up Slide Keys. No, I'll send it to you in the description. You can basically open up this program. Oh shit, that was PowerPoint. Slide Keys. And then you select a trigger. So I just use caps lock, then click submit. Now whenever you want to make one of these keyframe velocity things, but you keep going either above or below like this by accident, because it can be hard to go like exactly on the pixel. Let's say you want to make an entry curve, just do your 8 and 9 shortcut that we showed last lesson. Go on top of the bar, so I'm not clicking anything, then hold control and then drag it to the left. And now no matter, like I'm trying to move up and down, I physically cannot move up and down. So this is good for just keeping it in line. Now let go of control. That's the right bar done. Then the left bar you can just do manually. So that's a good way of making it so you don't go offline with any of these. So let's say with this, you just do 8, 9, so the ease in, ease out. Then you can use the caps lock, well, Jiggy slide keys, and now you'll never be off with with it being too high or too low. So yeah, that was a quick trick, and now with next lesson we're going to be showing how to stitch all of these together and get like these more complex scenes where you've got a bottle that's coming on, then moving to the left, and then, I mean, it doesn't slide out, but basically there's two component movements. I'll show you how to put them together now. So now we understand the basics. This is where things start to get fun. We've done the component movements, so you know how to slide things in, slide things out, how to do it if it stays on screen. This is the part where we put it all together to start making more complex scenes. Of course, this is pushing it, but these are the same techniques that I used in here, so let's get into it. Essentially, every single time you have a new movement, you need to have a new transform. This is something new that you may not have heard before, but essentially this is what's called stacking transforms. So for each movement, each component movement, entry, exit, or intermediate, has its own transform layer. So let's say for this PNG, we've slid it in. If we were to slide this out, a lot of people would try to, okay, so I'll just add 2 more keyframes that slide this out. And sure, technically this does work. There's some limitations to it, because let's say you remember we talked about having long and sharp keyframes. You can't really have long and sharp keyframes while keeping the times you want, because they'll just interrupt with each other. They're going to get in each other's way, especially if you're doing some more complex things, like you want an intermediate one in between. So let's say you want it to go from here to there. You basically want to do this sort of thing where it goes from bottom and then to the right and then up. Let's say you want it to do that. It does technically work where you can do an exit curve at the last one, intermediate in the middle, then entry at the start. It works, but like if you wanted to get the timings right, it's just kind of awkward. Like you can't really let them overlap. Like you can't have, like, what, it has to come to a complete stop before going, if that makes sense, which isn't optimal. What I want you to do is whenever you have a new movement, so let's say you have it sliding up, you drag in a new transform, do your little slide up. So let's say it slides from there to there, do your entry curve like that. So you slid it in. Now let's say you wanted to move it from here to the left now. So not sliding out yet, an intermediate movement. Goes from there to there. Add a new transform and then do the intermediate movement. So let's say you want to move it here. Do the same sort of curve, but this time for an intermediate movement like this. And now what you can do is actually overlap these. So you can see they're actually happening at like this has already started moving towards this position, and the slide in hasn't even completely finished yet. And if you wanted to slide it out, just add a new transform. Do your slide out. Let's say you want to slide it out to the top. Put your motion blur up. Create your exit curve. And now, remember we talked about long and sharp. We can have long and sharp keyframes while they're overlapping, and it just looks good, bro. So any movement that you want to do, let's say you have an idea of, I want to make something slide up, then slide to the right. If you want to do that on this, what you would do is have a so first you can just use the motion to get it in position. Have a transform for this is for the actual movements. So we have one that slides it up like this. That is way too sharp. Actually no, this is a entry, so that is the complete wrong curve. This is the curve we want, and then we want it to slide out to the right, just like in that example. And you've got an exit curve. So now this is what it'll do. Of course, you can change the timing, so if you want it to stay longer, you just move the keyframes apart. If you want it sharper and you don't want it to start, so right now it starts moving a little right straight from the beginning. If you want it to do that a little later, you can move the keyframe along. And this exact same concept works with zooms. So let's say you want it to slide in and then you want it to zoom out a little bit. You want it to go to 30%. You would do this. So we're going to go from 100 to 30%. Because it's staying on screen for both, it's an intermediate curve. We'll set it like this. Okay, there's a problem with it doing that. That just means we need to nest it. Let's just cut these two. So just Control X. Let's nest it and then paste. So we've got it again. That is strange. Not sure why it's doing that. Oh, I know. You know what? I'm glad that mistake happened. Okay, so the solution to this should be, instead of using motion, you just keep it in the center and have one transform that's made just to move it into position. So there's a transform. This isn't even 4 keyframes. You literally just leave it there for position. And now you have another one, which is the entry curve. Like so. I'm actually really glad that mistake happened, because it's problems like that come up that I've gotten so used to solving that it doesn't really come up in my head. But yeah, that's the solution. Should be the solution to that. We'll find that out now. So if we add a intermediate scale out from 100 to 30, that should scale in that position. Perfect. So it'll actually do it in the center of that. The nesting problem came up, so now it should be the nesting problem. We just cut out all of these effects. Control X, nest this, and now that zoom. Why is it doing that? Let's see what problem it is. Oh, it's just this transform. Just needs to position it in place. Like so. And now when we scale out, does it scale out in place? Not yet. Let's move it up. Just mess about with the layers. Okay, so cool. Okay, so having it above the transform, which sets the position. Having your effects in different orders can change literally how the edits look. So this is how it looks if you have this transform. So the static transform without keyframes at the top. If you put it to the bottom, it fixes our problem with the scale not being centered. So now we can keep working on this intermediate curve. So now you see it slides in, scales down, and then let's just have it slide out to the top. So when you add another transform, have it slide out to the top. That is another PNG, just move that to the side. Do the same thing with an exit curve because it is coming off of the screen. So now you have all of these different transforms, each one for each movement. So you have one that slides it in, one that does an intermediate movement, and we have one that does the exit movement. And these will never interrupt each other. So you can see now, it all just flows. And you can even change the timing so that it literally, like, while it's scaling out, it could be sliding out as well. So you just have all this flexibility now that you wouldn't have had if you tried cramming all of these keyframes on one effect. Now, there are some other effects that you can try. Basic 3D is a nice one. Let's say instead of having it zoom out before sliding out, you want it to do a flip. So right now we have it as slide in and slide out. Let's say you want it to flip. You just slide on a basic 3D. So here it is, and these basically do this sort of effect. See what it does? It keeps moving to the side. That might be a effect order thing. Let's try moving it around. So if I put this at the bottom, what does it do? Okay, what if I put it on the second last? Does it have it offset? Okay, it keeps moving to the side. I'm not sure why. If I move it all the way to the top. You know, that shouldn't actually be a problem. There is a way to fix this actually. You just don't add it on this layer. Just go inside here and add basic 3D to this, and then let's say we just do a basic, like, just kind of random flip for now. Cool, yeah. So that doesn't get affected by moving side to side randomly. So you just, let's say we want this to do we just want this to turn around, so it does a 180-degree turn. This is going to be an intermediate, so we give it the intermediate curve. Make sure we time it. So let's say we want to time it so that it comes up and does the flip here. And now we can have it so that it does this. Can have it happen slightly later. We can extend these keyframes so that it still happens at the same moment, but it just happens for longer. So it starts spinning earlier. That'll mean that it's overlapping with the sliding, so it'll make it smoother. Of course, this is a random movement, but you can imagine you just have an effect in your head. So in my head, I'll start conceptualizing something. So I'll be thinking, I want to have all these comments slide in, and I'll think of what effect I want to have. In fact, I have the project files open on here. Let's just go through and I'll show you how this looks when you're putting it together in an actual edit. So let's start with a simple, let's talk about this, the movement of this image. So in the actual video, of course, it's not just a black PNG, it's her actual sprite, but when I give this project file out, so in my private community, I share this project file, I just black it out for her personality stuff, like her assets, but it works the exact same. So basically, if I hide everything that isn't a transform, you'll see this slides up, the black PNG, it slides up. If I just show this, you can see the PNG slides up, and then it slides out to the right, and you can see that happening with one transform here where it slides up, so there's a sprite, and then it slides out to the right. Let's find another example. So let's say this zooming in, the zoom in before it wasn't on the screen, after it is on the screen, so that's an entry animation. Let's find that box. I believe it's, let's find which it is. Okay, it's this one. So you can see this is the layer, which is the box, and if it's zooming in, as you can see here, it is an entry curve because it's coming on. Let's find something else. So we've got the bouncing between these words, where the circle is bouncing between. If you go in here, you can see this is it bouncing from here to here, so going from this position to this position, so from here to here. It's already on the screen here, it's already on the screen here, so it's an intermediate curve, as you can see with these two. This is just a random movement, don't know why that's there. But yeah, so you can see, and with each one of these, it's basically an intermediate curve. For this edit in specific, I actually liked it looking choppy, so that's why I did it all on one. If you want to make smooth edits, you do it separately. Even here, I'm still using loads of transforms. There's some moments where there'll be edits, and literally I will have 10, 15 transforms on a single like element. So it could be the background, so I'll show maybe a slide on a background. So here you can see there's a background, so this is an artificial background where we've got this. All of these effects are just made to make it look good. But the transform, you can see, it slides in the background. So this is this little bluish background at the back. We're sliding it in using a transform. And that's an entry curve. It's lagging a bit, but it doesn't really matter. So you can see at the top. And so that's some examples in that project file. I'll show you some in here as well. So with this, we've got, so there's like another project that I've done for a client. When it comes to the actual calendar coming on screen, you can see It's super sharp at the beginning. Technically, this is somewhat of an intermediate curve, but it serves the same purpose as an entry. Like this being here would do the exact same thing. So it's sharp at the beginning, and then when it goes from here and then it slightly zooms in, don't know if you can see that, that's this second transform. So if I didn't have it, this is what it would look like. Kind of bland, but having it look more dynamic like this, look at how much that changes. So going from here to here, just getting it closer to the screen. It's a zoom in where it starts on the screen from here, and after zooming in it's still on the screen, so it's intermediate. Just going from 100 to 140, intermediate curve, and you can see it overlaps. So this part of the clip, so from here, this part of it, it's both starting to scale up and it's also still sliding in. That's why the two motions merge so seamlessly. I'm recording using Loom now because OBS lags like crazy, because these are some crazy project files where there's a lot going on, so it'll be nice just to show those. Let's say this is a nice movement. It's a little more complex.
Again, they are very delicious though. All right, next you should
draw. So this is a super complex animation. Let's actually break this down. So break it down first into its component movements. It comes onto the screen, then it sits for a bit, then it goes to the left, that's one movement, then it goes to the right, that's another movement, and there's a zoom in between here. So from here to here there's actually a zoom. So we've got quite a few different movements here that we can break down. So let's see how it's been done. So first it goes from, this looks like it's going from bottom to top. Actually no, that's for the PNG, for the sprite. Let's find the pineapple. Okay, so this is the pineapple. The pineapple is just in the center. Let's find the transform for sliding it on. Looks like this one. Yep. So it slides from the right to the left. That's what this transform does. Let's just turn off all of these so you can see it. Just the transforms in motion. So this slides it on, you can see here. And there's also a rotation as well. So because it's an entry, it's coming onto the screen, there's a rotation accompanied with it. Then you've got it moving from right to left. You can see here, this transform moves it from right to left using a intermediate curve because it's staying on the screen. And the scale does the same thing. It's on the screen from here to here. It's still on the screen, so it needs to be an intermediate curve. And then coming off the screen, in this case, I've actually used somewhat of an intermediate curve, but you'll actually find this acts exactly like an exit curve in reality. Because look at where I've cut it off. I've actually cut it off. It comes off screen by this point. If we just took this part of the curve from here to here, what does that look like? That's an exit curve, right? So this actually could have been the exact same if you just did this. Look at the similarities between this and this. So that, you see that? So this is basically serving as an exit curve. So here we've got a background coming in. It does come up on top, but it's still considered a background because it's the background for our next scene. You can see we've got an entry curve, and this basically sets the scene for other elements, foreground elements, like this, which is a slide up. And as you can see, this framework that I've shown you with all of these component movements, like, oh, you slide, you simply do a slide in. That's just like a dead basic slide in and slide out. It's when you stack these transforms, and you have one that is an entry. So let's copy this onto this. In fact, I didn't even copy it. Save that. Now you've got one that's an entry, one that's an exit, and it's by doing this and allowing some of it to overlap. You can see both animations are happening during this period. This is how you get smooth animations. And if you want to go even a step further, you can use adjustment layers, which I showed a little bit earlier. I can find a scene here. Let's say with this. So you've got the background, which is already present. Then you've got an element which slides in. And now let's say we want to zoom into this area. We can use an adjustment layer to actually zoom into that area. So let's say we've got, let's build a super simple scene. So we've got this, this, and this all happening. These two happening at the same time, and let's say I've got my cat there as well, who's doing a little bop. And we want to just zoom into the Pepe face right here. Put an adjustment layer on top, add a transform onto it, and I used to use a method which was keyframing both the scale and the position, which used to technically work, but you had to like literally perfectly align these keyframes, these curves, which can be super hard, and oftentimes it ends up doing this, which is like some annoying ass like dodgy movement. What I found works a lot better: add a transform, and the anchor point, just move it a little bit and you'll see it move with this little blue arrow thing. So you know which one is the anchor point. Just move it a bit so it separates from the position, because otherwise it's directly on top. So figure out which one's the anchor point. So it's this one. Drag it onto where you want the zoom in to happen. This sounds really weird. Get your finger, put your finger on where you want it to zoom into. So let's say I wanted to zoom in literally on this spot, like in between his eyes. I'll put my finger there. I'll get my anchor point and I'll literally drag my anchor point to my finger. So now the anchor point is exactly where the eyes are, right? Copy and paste the anchor point values to position, and it looks like nothing has moved. If you turn on and off your transform, nothing seems to have happened. But now whenever you scale in and out, it'll scale based on that point. So once again, if you just delete this transform, it's lagging a bit. Let's see. I'm just going to close out this previous project file because we don't need it anymore. So you get the anchor point, put it directly on top of where you want to zoom into. Let's say it's around here. Copy and paste the values, and usually for these we're going to be using an intermediate curve, because if you're zooming something in, it's usually because it's already on the screen. Okay, an intermediate curve. Like that. Put the motion blur up.
1000 Rs to...
Now you can see we have a smooth zoom in
Rs
to that section. If you want to adjust it, just adjust the anchor point. So basically you need to adjust the anchor point and then overcompensate and then copy and paste. So you overcompensate. Let's say you need to go more up, more top right. Use the anchor point to go to where you want to go, and then go even a little bit further. And then you just copy and paste the values. So that's to adjust where you actually want to zoom into.
8 million.
And now you can see. So I want to go a little bit lower. Yeah, I like this positioning.
1000 Rs to 8.
So now you have all these different things happening at the same time. Essentially, that's what smooth motion is. It's when you have a ton of things happening at the same time. So let's say we want to have this Pepe slide in. Drag a transform onto it. We want it to go from the right
1000 Rs
to, let's say, where it is on screen right now. Put the motion blur up. Because it's coming onto the screen, it's an entry curve. So create that real quick.
1000 Rs.
It's a little sharp. Let's put it down a bit. Make it further. Change some of the timings.
From 1000 Rs to 8.
Still super fast. So let's actually just do this curve again. In fact, I think it's because I've pushed it so far off to the side. So let's just move it slightly off screen for the first keyframe.
1000 Rs to 8.
And in fact, no, it's because I'm a dumbass and I'm doing an exit curve on this. That is why it looks so horrible.
1000.
Yeah, that looks a lot smoother. I don't know why that took me so long to realize. So now that slides in. Let's say we want to have the text slide up as well. This, we just add a transform onto it. Position from off the screen to top. Make an entry curve because it's coming onto the screen.
1000 Rs to...
Like so. Let's say this, we have it sliding in by coming on from the left to the right. So just
1000 Rs,
create that, create an entry curve.
1000 Rs to
There's a lot happening at the same time. This is not what I'd recommend doing. This is to show loads of things happening. And then let's say after bringing on all these elements, you want to actually zoom into the Pepe face.
8 million.
That's when you have an adjustment layer like this. So that is pretty much the fundamentals done. This is so what we've covered. Just to quickly recap, I've shown the 3 different types of elements. We've got background elements, which can be either footage or artificial. Then you have foreground elements, which are things like these. And then you have adjustment layers, which allows you to interact with both foreground and background elements at the same time. And when it comes to movements, we basically always do it with transform. We have the 3 curves, which are entry, exit, and intermediate, and that basically depends on what sort of animation you're doing. We always break down a complex animation into its component parts. Every single animation can only come in entry, exit, and intermediate. So yeah, that is the fundamentals done, and I'll see you in the next module, which is the 5 dynamic principles. Welcome to module 2 of the smooth editing course. Over the next 5 lessons, I'm going to share with you the 5 dynamic principles of smooth editing, so that we go from, okay, we know how to do the effects, but we're actually incorporating all of them to make a cohesive edit which actually looks good. The reason I wanted to make this section of the course is because there's so many editors that I see that can put the effects onto the timeline, but when it comes to bringing them together, it just doesn't look as good as it could. And I actually think these next few steps are actually more important than the actual effects themselves. When you're one of the few editors that can incorporate these 5 dynamic principles, which are composition, digestibility, constant movement, depth, and rhythm, you stand out compared to everyone else. I'm going to be explaining each principle one by one, and what I recommend doing is taking notes as I'm explaining them. The reason being, I'm going to show you examples, I'm going to show you what each principle means, but it's going to be you going out and looking at edits and recognizing where each principle has been used, which is going to serve you the most. So before moving on to the next lesson, just go get a piece of paper, get a pen, and start taking notes on these 5 principles. And once you're ready, I'll see you in the first lesson of dynamic principles, which is composition. So put simply, composition is how things are laid out on your screen. So are they towards the center? Are they towards the side? And how do the different elements actually interact with each other? A lot of this comes back from filmmaking and photography, and it's interesting how these other topics come into video editing. So the first thing I actually want you to do is click on your program window. So this is the actual preview monitor, and go to view. And if this is disabled, click on show rulers. Show guides, sorry. Click add guides and set this to 50%, units percent, color, you can set it for red for now, and the orientation to horizontal. Click OK, and it will add this horizontal line. If you want it to be able to just stay there without you accidentally moving it, what I recommend doing, click on view and lock guides, because if it's not locked, it's just going to get in the way and you're going to be able to move it. So just go in view and lock guides. So we've done the horizontal line. The second one we can do is add guide, and it's the exact same setting, so 50% position, 50% position, but instead of horizontal orientation, we're going to do vertical. Click OK on that, and now we just have this cross. This is going to be so useful for centering things. Otherwise, trying to center elements, and especially when there's everything moving around the screen, it can be super hard to know where the center even is. This is the first type of composition, which is just things being in the middle. So let's go find an example of that. So, for example, in this scene, the composition of this scene is you've got a background, which is, of course, filling the whole scene, but the foreground elements, where are the eyes moving towards? It's the center of the screen. If this was on the side, it wouldn't look as good. So there's one element, it makes sense that it's in the center of the screen. Another thing I want to touch on is sizing. Notice how much of the screen it takes. It's not too small, it's not too large. I'm going to show you what it will look like in different situations. So I believe it's this PNG. You can imagine if it was just this big, it's not filling enough. But if it's this big, it's filling a little too much. This is sort of a nice middle ground. So sizing is another one of those things where just getting the composition down, experiment with where the image is on your screen and how big it is. So this is the simplest part, type of composition. The next composition I want to explain to you is the rule of thirds. So this is a more of a photography concept. So if I just search a rule of thirds, you'll see these grids come up. So it's a grid that's literally put into thirds, and it separates the screen into 9 parts. Essentially, humans' vision will naturally tend towards these points. So any lines that are on the thirds, humans' eyes will go towards that, and especially the intersections, your eyes will, if you just had to look at this, your eyes will naturally just tend towards these points. So what photographers and filmmakers do, if there is visual information that we want the viewer to focus on, we will put it on these points. So I'll show you how I did it in this scene. So here I started with a center composition, but I actually transitioned it into one using the rule of thirds. And to see this in action, you can actually go into view, and let's clear the guide so we get rid of those center guides for now. Go into add guide, and instead of 50%, let's go for 33, so a third of 100. And then just add in all those guides, so you'll be able to... Ooh, I have done that wrong. Let me just clear guides. So you do add guide 33% from left, vertical, cool. Then you do, oh for God's sake, I've just cleared it again. I think I'm actually an NPC, boys. Add guide 33% from the right. So now we've got the 2 third lines like this. Now we need to add the horizontal ones, like so. And you can probably imagine what I'm going to add last. It's going to be one from the top. And now we have this rule of thirds grid within Premiere. The beautiful part about this is it'll always be to scale, and it's not an overlay, so it doesn't get in the way as long as you've clicked lock guides. Now you can see here, we've gone from a center composition to more like the rule of thirds. So by the time these parts have come in, this is on the third, and then we are actually moving the person's focus over to the next PNG. So we moved it slightly off. And then what's on the third now, it's this character. You can see this third line here contains this character. So we've gone from a center to a third. What I actually recommend doing is having both of these overlays on these guides at the same time. So you can have it in a different color, maybe green. So I believe that's 00FF00. Man, I'm such a nerd to know hex codes. I spend way too long editing, but hey, that's what it takes. Just adding a 50% horizontal and a 50% vertical. Imagine how embarrassing that would have been if I didn't know the hex code and I just acted so confident about it. But essentially now we have the rule of thirds grid and center line. You can see all of these in action. So I'm gonna basically for the rest of this lesson go through examples and actually explain what my thought process was, because if you can't get composition down, honestly it doesn't really matter how smooth your edits are, because the viewer just literally won't even focus on them. So this example, this is more of a center one, so it's kind of originating from the middle, and we're staying with that center focus for the composition. So now we transition to a more of a rule of thirds. So we've got a third line here and a third line here. And to continue this rule of thirds grid sort of composition, look where we introduce this new element. We don't add it to the top here. We don't add it to the bottom here. We don't add it in the center. We don't add it next to him. We add it on the left, where it's on that left third. So we've got one on the left side and one on the right side. Notice how there's nothing that's pushed too close to the margins. So the margins are basically these edges. You never want anything to be too close to the edge. You can imagine if, let's say I disable this. Let's say this was just here. it's such a minor difference, but the fact that it's slightly off and it's not on nearer to this third line makes this look off, because it's not on the third line, it's just tucked away. So we want this to be one of the focuses, so we put it on that line. Of course, this doesn't need to be like dead on the pixel on the third line, but if you're not near it at all, then we've got a problem. But just use it as a guide. Same thing here. Let's say with this text. Notice how at first there's only one line of text, but then after that, so there's the actual render. You've got one line of text, so it starts in the center because that's where the people would expect it to be. But when there's two texts, how can we split it across the screen so that it feels still like centered and kind of aesthetic? We follow the rule of thirds. This is somewhat on the thirds line. This is somewhat on the thirds line. Once again, it doesn't need to be exact, but it is following it. With this, it's the center. It's in the center, clearly. But when we introduce a new element, what do? We have this on the bottom third line. You can see that it's in red with a red background, so it might be a little hard to see, but you can see that's on the third line. And the new element that we pull up is on that third line. So you'll see this come up again and again. That's on the third line, that's on the third line, these are on the third lines, that's in the center. These are the two main compositions that you're going to want to learn. So you can see here, the actual character, once you've zoomed in, is on that third line. When we bring this on, it's somewhat center, but we put the eyes on the third line. When the eyes are on the third line, it makes it a lot more aesthetic. When we zoom it in so that he's on that third line, on the left third, and the character's on the right third. Character's on the right third, this comes up on the left third. So you can just see this with every single thing. It's either following the rule of thirds or just centered. Let's bring up a different example. So this is a React video. Cool. So first of all, let's talk about the general composition. So we've got the two guys reacting to footage. Notice how the split is roughly a third of the screen. I made it like a little bit less purely because it's two guys and I wanted it to be somewhat like squares rather than stretched. But it follows that rule of third. It's not tucked away in this little sliver, but it's also not taking like 40-50% of the screen. It follows the rule of third. When we bring on new elements, so here I just animated some planes flying. Roughly, the average movement of these planes, what line are they taking? Most of the planes, if we had to average out all the movement, most of them are roughly on this third line. And you'll find that rule of thirds thing coming up again and again. So you've got, let's see if I redo it anywhere else in this video in specific. This is perfect. So we've got them all in a scene, and we're following the main character. So I've got proxies on, that's why the quality is a little lower, but that's not too important. So this is just a joke where the person was hula hooping, she was celebrating, and then I put them in the scene. Notice how they are on the third line. If I was to go back on this, honestly, I would probably move this a bit up. Let's figure out how this composition was set up. I would move it so that her head, it was more like this. So her face is on the top left third intersection, and then it's like this. I believe the reason I didn't do that at the time was because, yeah, their legs are cut off because of the recording. So in the raw recording, if you look here, their legs are obviously cut off, like here. So I had to kind of move it forward so that their legs don't show, because otherwise it's going to look a bit gory. So this is the best composition I could get, where her face is kind of central, but it's on that third line, and then these guys are basically spread a little close to them. But the main focus of the scene is her, and she's on that line. Some examples of the centered one, let's say this was the full scene, and I didn't zoom in or out of the scene, so that doesn't really count. Let's say with this, notice the sort of positioning that I've got on it. It's bang in the center, especially in comparison to these two. And notice the sizing. It's not let's find the actual thing. It's not like tiny like this, because that would look stupid, but it's also not so big that you couldn't tell what it is. It's just the right size to be able to tell what it is, give the viewer enough time to actually realize what it is, but it's not so small it looks stupid. So that's a couple examples in this video. Let's see if there's another scene. Yeah, so we've got another scene of them flying up in an airplane. The entire plane, what sort of composition is this? Is it rule of third or is it center? The entire plane. It's center, everything's centered. But where is he roughly? Okay, he's about on the third, which makes sense. But I want to bring him in closer to the center so it's clear that he's the focus. If I just zoomed in to the actual video, let me just bring up this, add a transform on here. If I simply zoomed in like this, he's actually going further away from any of the focal points. Okay, sure, if we put him on, in fact no, if we try to get him onto like this rule of third now, it wouldn't really be obvious that we're trying to focus on him. In this case, it starts with him off-centered. We're trying to get him more in-centered. So we actually zoom into him so that it makes him come onto the center of the screen. So it's clear the viewer should focus on that. All of this is basically about directing the viewer's eyes. A beautiful definition of storytelling that I actually learned. The book is on my desk, coincidentally. This book called Storyworthy. Amazing storyteller. He does more of the speaking storytelling, but the same concepts apply to video. As a storyteller, you are essentially controlling the camera lens. When you're telling a story, so you're saying about this time you went to a cafe, and as soon as you walked in through the doors, a waiter greeted you, and you looked over into the entire store, but there was something strange happening in the corner of the room. There was a table where there was a couple sitting down, and that couple, they weren't acting normal. One of the guys, he was, instead of looking at his date, he was staring at his phone. And on his phone, the phone that his fingers were tapping away on, was another woman's pictures. I've given you the story of a guy cheating on his girlfriend. But notice how I started with the big scene of I'm walking in a cafe. Then we zoom into the corner of the room. Then we zoom into the table. Then we zoom into the couple. Then we zoom into the guy. Then we zoom into the phone. Then we zoom into the picture on the phone. When I told you that story, I was essentially controlling the camera that you had when you were listening to the story. It's beautiful how with video editing, it's literally like you're literally moving the camera around. You're choosing which part of the screen the viewer sees. This whole scene, I could have left it like this, but I chose to zoom in. So here you can see an intermediate curve. I chose to zoom in so we know we're focusing on him making that joke. Let's go on to another video. So this was Sona's video, and you both, I'm sure, kind of understand the point. So there's rule of thirds and there's centered. So here we've got Sona's profile picture. Which line is it on? Come on, you know which one it is now. And also just notice where her eyes are. It's either centered, but in this case, because it's an intro, I would anywhere on the right was fine basically. Same thing with here. Got her on the right third and the text on the left third. This is a centered scene. Notice this sizing where it's kind of taking up those thirds within that central thirds. Same thing here. So this is more of a centered scene. Then we bring up her on the right third. When we zoom in specifically to her because that's where we want the lens to go. If we simply just zoom into the center here, I promise you it would not have the same effect. I want you to imagine this. This is what it looks like if you zoom into the center.
Yeah, nobody.
In fact, I have to disable this. It's going to have a black image, I believe. But it should be fine. So, this is what it looks like if you zoom in to the side like we have.
Yeah, nobody kept.
So, it actually focuses on her character. See there? Without the positioning keyframe, it just zooms into the center. Look at how much less impact this has. it doesn't even look like we're trying to focus on the character. It looks like we're just trying to get the character out of the way. That's what it actually looks like. So being able to consciously zoom in as if you are that like camera lens to what you want to do, and keeping composition in mind. Let's say with this Sideman video. So these sort of animations. So here we've got like.
Anyways, challenge number 2: darts.
So this was literally like by definition, this is called a lower third animation, similar to how you would have like maybe a subscribe button here. This is a lower third animation. It fills the lower third. Where first the text comes up, cool. That's just where subtitles always come up, so the viewer expects it. For the dartboard, what line do you notice that this goes on? Where's the center of the board? Where is it roughly? It's on the third line, the bottom third line. Same thing with these dots. It's like because there's a lower third, it's lower than usual, but we're kind of sticking towards this third line. I didn't have the third grid up while I was doing this. All of these animations you're seeing, I've gotten to the point where I can do it subconsciously. I don't have to think, oh, I need to put in a third line. But honestly, when I was starting out, I had all of these grids up and I had to learn it. So rule of thirds works with that. Let's get this one. So this is the most recent Sideman video that I worked on. So you can see like this sort of overlay that comes up when they're introducing a new character. How much space does it roughly take off the screen? It takes up about a third. So the right side, it's the right side, right? There's another animation here where they're talking about the scores.
And one man really upset himself.
Oh no.
He was the only man to take 3 minutes. And that's KSI.
Notice how I've had to change the entire screen. Like, it's not often that we change the entire screen's format, like a video's format, to be in this format. That's not normal. So being able to look aesthetic while you literally make the person's screen smaller, so important. On PC, this looks okay. Imagine you're on a tiny mobile and we're having to still make the screen even smaller. Then how do you make it look presentable? This is how. So first of all, let's just talk about general composition with sort of like if there were no other elements. If I hide all of that, what size is this roughly? There's about a third on each side that's empty. So if I just scale this into 100, so that's what it normally looks like. If I scale it out, you can see this third is empty, this third is empty. Now that gives us space to actually mess about with more elements now. So this Sideman thing I just put in the top left, that doesn't follow any sort of like real composition rules that we were talking about before. The reason being, this isn't the focus. I actually don't even want the viewer to focus on the Sideman logo. This is just like sort of branding stuff. When it comes to final times, this is sort of centered, but I moved it slightly up purely because the viewers are already looking at that top sort of third line. Just because naturally, not even naturally actually, I'm pretty sure they do it consciously. Having the eyes on the third line, so the top third line, you can see here, it just makes people naturally look at people's eyes. When people watch videos, they don't watch videos, they watch people in the videos. So they're actually looking at this person's eyes. So this is for IRL videos especially. But the same concept applies to literally anything. So I had to keep this sort of focus because the viewer's eyes are already there. Now the viewer's eyes were here. All they have to do is just look left, and now final is there, and then times is obviously, they're going to read times after final. So it kind of it's almost like a mix between this middle and third, but it just looked aesthetic with this. Now, the reason I opened up this gap at the bottom and I made it a third, first of all, it looks aesthetic, but also it gives us space to introduce these elements. So that's the composition on this. Composition was a huge thought process when it came to this scene, because it is a complex scene. We're going to talk about digestibility later, but when you have this many elements, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 elements on a single screen, most times I literally have, even in a complex scene like this, what's the most pieces that you have on here? 1 background, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are actually 5 elements on this scene. So this, in a way, is actually a more complex scene than all of that stuff that you saw before. So pulling it off, I've already explained the composition stuff that I used. That's what made this digestible and what made it actually look good. And let's say with this is a final note. So this is for Sharky's video. There was a video where there were 5 models that he was basically rating, and there was a scene that I wanted to make, which was basically showing that what the concept of the game was about. A huge part of editing is actually conveying the context of the video. Smooth animations at all, they don't matter if they don't mean anything. So this set of animations was made to explain the concept of the game, which is we are going to be ranking 5 models. So what do? I bring up 5 models and then I show them being ranked. Where are their faces on this entire screen? Which line does their faces line up with? The top third. If their faces were up here, it would look weird. If their faces were in the middle, it would look weird because they would all look short. This is how you get like natural looking compositions. And also just notice how all their eyes are on roughly the same line. This girl, the 4th one, she was so short, I promise you, in the actual video, her head comes up to like here. So I like zoomed in more and just made her look taller for this scene, just so that everything matches. So that's composition. Just keep composition in mind. If we had to summarize all of this, use guides, keep things on either the center, or use these rule of third lines. Never keep anything right on the edge because people won't focus on it. People don't look at the sides because this sounds autistic, but their eyes need to physically move. We don't want their eyes to even move on the screen. If they're focusing here, like if they were focusing in the middle and the last scene, and then suddenly you ask them to look all the way on this corner, you're asking them to move another like 30% more for no reason. So that's why we never put anything on the edge of the screen. Like, where here do I put stuff on the edge of the screen? When is the focus ever on the edge of the screen? It's never, right? Because people aren't looking at the edge of the screen. That's the peripheral vision. If we want someone not to focus on something, like, let's say, we don't want them to focus on, like, this thing, we'll put that on the edge of the screen. I don't want them to focus on this thing. So I'll put it on this, like, block point +1 weapons. You probably didn't even realize that it said that at first. The first thing you were looking at is maybe 89 spins left and this. That is because I've composed it that way. So I literally like manipulated where your brain looked, where your eyes looked, just by putting it slightly higher or lower. And the last thing, just sizing. Make sure things are a decent size. They take up a lot of, like a decent amount of the screen. There's something called dead space, which is all of this space that's not using foreground elements. Dead space can be good. Like white space, dead space, you can kind of use them interchangeably. In design, there's something called white space, which is it's like white space in design. So let's say with this, the fact that this has a ton of empty space adds more focus to the logo. If you did all of this, technically it's like the logo is still the exact same, but there's less focus to it because you've added visual garbage. So white space can be useful. You've got to find a balance between having white space so that, okay, when you want to focus on something, we focus on something, but there's not so much white space that the thing that you've put on screen looks silly. So find that rough balance, and something I really recommend, look through an editor's videos that you respect, that you look up to, and notice these things. So I've taught you the principle of composition now. What I want you to actually do, in fact, I recommend you do this before moving on to the next lesson. Go through some edits. If you want to go through mine, go on my Twitter, go on my portfolio, you'll find it on my Twitter, VFX Malice, and just look through some of my videos that I've done and take a notice of when I've done like certain compositions. You can say, oh, I've noticed how he's made this thing bigger so that it adds more focus. Oh, these two elements are on like the third lines. The eyes are on the top third. the lower third is contained within that lower third. So go through and edit and practice for 10, 15, 20 minutes. Honestly, the longer you do this, the better. But just spend some time identifying compositions, because that's how you get better. If you don't take action on this, you're going to go into your next edit and none of this lesson is going to go into your mind. I want you to actually take information away from this and improve. Go do that now. Go onto my portfolio or my Twitter or someone's edits that you like and notice the compositions that they use. It's one thing making edits that look fancy, but there's not much point if nobody actually knows what's going on. That's where digestibility comes in. Digestibility, what it means is quite literally the viewer is able to digest the information that we're giving them. Every time we bring something new on, we're doing it to give the person new information, new visual information. And if there's too much going on at the same time, the viewer physically cannot see it. The first part of digestibility is actually singular focus. You need to realize that no matter how complex or how simple the video is, your viewer has one set of eyes. They have two eyes, but they work in conjunction with each other, and they can only focus on one thing at a time. So if you have something going on at the center of the screen and also in the top right and the bottom left at the exact same time, your viewer's not going to go cross-eyed and start looking in different places, right? They can only focus on one bit at a time. So by only introducing one new element at a time, this essentially allows the video to be more digestible. So I'm going to bring it up with this video first. Here, this is pretty complex edit, to be honest.
For today's video, we go from noob to Thunder, Hashira, and Project Slayers. And our goals are simple. First, we must obtain the 0.1% Agatsuma clan.
So you notice there's a lot going on, and a lot of people would call this a complex edit. But it is still digestible. You can still understand what's going on, and the audio matches the visuals. You'll notice that I never introduce multiple elements at the same time. Right here, I'm introducing the text. Here, we introduce a new piece of information, which is the little noob character. New information is, it's pointing towards here. The next piece, then we let that sit for a second. There's new information, which is this. Then the next piece of information is the text. Next piece of information is this text. Next piece of information is this, and so on. There's only one thing actually coming on at one time. I'm never going to bring on something new and there's two new things happening at the same time, because otherwise the viewer won't know, like they physically can't look at both of them. So even by offsetting things by a couple frames so that maybe one thing comes in and then the next thing comes in and there's a little bit of time in between there, that's extremely important. This isn't just with your visuals, but even your visuals in accompanied with the actual footage. So let's say that something happens in the footage and you want to have a PNG that accompanies it. Have either the footage come up first, so whatever is happening on the footage happen first, then a couple frames later the PNG comes up. Or you can do it the other way around, the PNG comes up first, then the thing on screen happens. You don't want it exactly at this exact same time, because then the viewer physically cannot consume both at the same time. So let's look at some other examples of this. So here you see.
Well, it's not! It's actually the biggest remote controlled airplane in the entire world.
So here he's talking about the biggest remote controlled airplane. First, I give them the viewer a second to actually look at the airplane. And it's after like a whole second of the viewer having that time, that's when I bring up the animations of the airplanes coming up. So first of all, singular focus. The second thing I want to talk about when it comes to digestibility is comprehension time. Realize that when you do bring on a new element, it takes the viewer time to literally understand what you have given them. If I just quickly for one frame flashed a piece of information on the screen, you would see that something came up, but you probably wouldn't have been able to read it straight away. It's because I didn't give you enough comprehension time. I didn't give you enough time to understand it. So whenever you do bring on a new piece of information, it has to sit there for half a second at least, before bringing on the next piece. Otherwise, it's just visual garbage at that point. So let's say with this is probably one of the a super fast scene where I show an explosion.
Mind blown. And this world, mind blown. And this
This is probably the shortest time that I could pull off, because anything shorter, like this, like let's say, in fact, let's just cut it like that.
And this kind and
Like, the viewer doesn't have enough time to actually see what's going on. Oh, there's an explosion, there's a face, oh, it's shocking, that's what it all means. It takes a second for the viewer's brain, even subconsciously, to understand what's going on in the scene. Adding an extra half second, 1 second, a lot of the time solves so many problems when it comes to actually understanding an edit. I see so many editors trying to pull off crazy videos, and honestly, it looks like shit because nobody understands what's going on, because they'll bring a new element onto the screen and within 0.1 second, it's already off, and it's like, you have to go back in the video to even understand what happened, which obviously isn't optimal. Realize that as a video editor, you're going into the video and you're literally checking it frame by frame. So for you, it doesn't seem too fast. But if you're a viewer and you're watching this video for the first time and you miss a piece of information, you're not going to go back and watch it frame by frame. If a viewer was watching it and it went away too fast and they didn't understand it, okay, maybe one time they let it off. If you keep doing that, the viewer's just going to click off. They're not going to be like you and start, okay, this does technically come on the screen. Like, if it's playing in full time.
Go from Noob to Thunder, Hashira, and Project Slayers. And
they don't have enough time to sit on it and understand it, they're just going to click off. So notice how
Hashira and Project Slayers.
Once this has come on, so here it's come on.
Slayers. And
there's this time, which it's just sitting on the screen. Like, technically I could have brought this slide on half a second earlier, but I needed them to understand what just happened. So giving time after an animation comes up, here's another example. So let's just unmute that.
And one man really upset himself.
oh no.
He was the only man to take 3 minutes. And that is KSI.
So here I'm showing they all just raced around in cars and they're putting up all the times now. I'm changing the scene, so I'm literally changing the entire composition. I'm giving the person new information to digest. So final times, there's a new background. Oh, what's going on? The viewer's going to be confused because for all of the video, it's been full screen. Suddenly we're changing the whole composition. Like, what's going on? So I don't bring on the title screen just before I'm about to bring on new information. So I'm not going to do it like this, where as soon as...
Only man to take 3 minutes. And that is KSI.
Because if I brought it on as soon as like KSI's face is going to come up, it's like the viewer hasn't had enough time to even understand what's going on. Like, what's the context? So I actually put the animation a lot earlier. You can see here.
And one man really upset himself.
oh no.
He was the only man to take 3 minutes. And that is KSI.
So you'll notice I actually bring it on first. Then I let it sit. And then KSI's face comes up. And the same thing when it comes off of the screen. You'll notice here.
And that remains with the blue team here.
So I could have technically transitioned back to the full frame as soon as they say the third.
With a time of 2:47. And that remains with the blue team here.
I could have technically just...
And with a time of
So we're just shit, are we, as a team?
with a time of 2:47.
Like, this technically works.
With a time of 2:47. And that remains.
But the problem is, sure, as a video editor, you can come in and say, okay, all the information is on screen, perfect. But the viewer doesn't have enough time to actually understand what's just happened. So we bring it on, and I'm going into the viewer's mind, and I'm thinking, okay, we've just brought up a new time. Their first thought is, was it faster or slower than the other people? So not only do they need to digest this, but they then need to digest this, and then compare them, then digest this, then compare them, and then it's like, it's been enough time. There's no exact number that you can put on this, but you have to kind of use the context and go through it.
So we're just shit, are we, as a team?
With a time of 2:47. And that remains with the blue team here.
Oh.
Now, guys.
So you kind of got to go in their mind and be like, okay, this is probably about how long it would take for them to do that. There's a fine balance. You don't want to give it too much time. Like in here, if I gave it so much time that it just sat on here awkwardly, then it's like, okay, now the viewer's getting bored. But it's finding a fine balance between leaving it on screen long enough that they have time to digest it, but not so long that it gets boring. So that's comprehension time. The third thing when it comes to digestibility is actually tracking the eyes. This is a super advanced tactic where if you can master this, you literally master like retention pretty much. Tracking the eyes is where you literally go into the viewer's shoes and think about where their eyes would be looking. Right now, if I'm talking, you're probably looking either at my eyes or at my face. You're not looking at the screen as much. And now that I mentioned that, your eyes are going towards the screen. Like, you need to kind of understand where the viewer's eyes would go. And if for this scene, let's say, where would your eyes be? It would be on this letter. And then where would your eyes be moving? It would be moving towards the right, and then now more towards the middle. And then because their eyes are still in the middle, that's why I placed the next PNG in the middle. So if the PNG moves to the left, okay, cool. Then it moves slightly to the right again. Then it moves to the left. Then it moves to the middle. And notice where the next images are, in the middle. And then it moves slightly down, then up. And then back to the middle. To the left. To the right. Middle. Middle. Slightly down, middle. Like, do you see how the viewer's eyes are moving as you bring on new information? Whenever you bring new information on, depending on where you put that piece of information will determine where the viewer's eyes are. We talked about this in a previous module. As a storyteller, as an editor, you control the lens. You choose where the viewer looks. So you don't want to do it in a way where you're basically making them have a seizure. Like, you don't want to bring up information in the middle and then bring it all the way to the top left, and then the next scene is like in the bottom right, and then literally a microsecond later it's all the way in the left again. Like, you want to make it so that it's kind of a smooth experience for the viewer while they're watching it. So let's say here the viewer's in the middle. Okay, cool, it switches to the right, and because I've brought the attention to the right, the viewer's eyes are already here.
It's actually...
So when he says it's actually a new plane, they're already looking here. And when I bring on a new thing, it's like all the planes is coming up there as well. These more complex ones are where it shows even more. Think about where the eyes are. So first thing, we bring on sonar. So this is the first thing that actually shows up. So their eyes are here. Notice how I'm actually sweeping their eyes across this way. So just think about the tracking of my mouse. This is the viewer's focus. The viewer's focus is here. So when I bring up letters, it's also in this area. And now it's coming up here. Okay, cool. We're coming back to the middle. Like, the focus is always generally towards the center. And if I am going to change the area of focus, it's like I give it time before we move the focus.
What should I draw? Keep it simple.
The focus is on the left side, right?
Yeah, no.
The next thing I do is bring it up on the right. So I have to actually give it a second before changing anything. So this scene actually sits here for like half a second, because it's going to take them time to like physically move their eyes from the left to the right. So whenever you're looking back at your edits, I'd recommend doing this now. Look back at your edits. Are there moments where you kind of force the viewer to move their eyes across the screen? And if you are going to do that, do you allow enough time to compensate? Like, do you compensate enough time for them to physically move their eyes and regain their focus pretty much? Yeah, so go back and watch those. And also just keep it in mind when you are like adding new elements in. So if you are going to add a new element, keeping it in the same area of focus can work extremely well. So let's say with let's bring up an example that we can do. You know what, these super advanced ones are like nice. So here the focus is already in the center, because there's so many things, they're not going to focus on one thing. So the next image, where is it? It's in the center. It's like just keeping everything generally in the same spot, where you've got the viewer's focusing in the middle right now because you just brought up a new text. So the next element's in the center. I'm not going to zoom into the center and then bring up something on the left, because then the viewer wasn't focusing there. So just keep those 3 things in mind: singular focus, comprehension time, so giving everything enough time to actually sit there, even if it's a couple frames extra, it can make all the difference, and tracking the eyes as you're going through the edit. So that is digestibility. It does take some practice. Once again, I recommend going through your previous edits. Notice where you've given either too much time, or in more cases than not, if you're trying to create more heavy edits, you probably aren't giving enough time for the viewer to digest what's actually going on. So try that out, look through edits, see how it's been done, and I'll see you in the next lesson. I want you to do this visualization. Imagine you are in the middle of this field, a huge meadow of grass as far as you can see. There's a few trees plotted around, but it's just calm. It's like you're living in a movie, and not a single thought, not a single stress, no client work is overdue, you've hit all your deadlines, you're not worried about clients, you're making the money you want. It's like life is good. You're looking around this huge field for miles, and although there's nothing going on, you sort of focus on the trees. The leaves sort of moving around in the wind. You kind of just appreciate that. Even when things are so peaceful, there's these subtle movements that just make life feel alive. You look at the grass sort of swaying in the wind. This is the first time you actually sat down with presence and weren't distracted by your phone, and you realize, like, it's just so calming to see the wind sort of naturally interacting with the environment. What you'll realize is, even when things are so peaceful, nothing is ever truly still. It would feel unnatural for everything to literally be like dead still. When you look outside right now, you don't see a tree and it's just exactly like perfectly still. The leaves are slightly moving. If you went to the sea, even in like a calm river, it's still moving. Even with a lake, you see a little bird sort of flapping. There's a duck that's like fucking waddling around. It's like there's tiny movements in your scene. Your edits should replicate that. There's something called biomimicry, which is science advances by simply copying nature. Nature has evolved over thousands, millions of years, so it's basically found what works best, and science often replicates nature because nature's already done the hard work for us. So if we can see that nature never sits still, our edits shouldn't either. Because when you do have a completely still image, when you have a completely still scene, it feels like the video is just paused. So there's going to be certain ways that we can have constant movement with our edits. So here's the first one. The first thing actually comes within our curves. So in the first module, we talked about creating smooth curves and how to do all that motion. We're going to sort of come back to that. With the curves that you create, the reason we actually had it on multiple transform layers is so that we can have multiple movements happening at the same time. You'll realize that for this foreground element, not only is it zooming in by the looks of it with this transform, but it's also sliding somewhere. I think this one's sliding to the bottom right. So there must be an element that's making sure it's staying centered. This motion technically only happens, like the majority of this motion happens during this last like few frames, but we've got all of these frames where it's just moving slightly. It's constantly moving. There's not really a single point where you can say it started or stopped. If you looked at, let's just focus on the text, there's no point where the motion starts or completely stops. It's just constantly moving. With every frame I click, there is a movement. There's no two frames that are the same, right? So it's constantly moving. So with the curves, we want them to be overlapping. You'll see that with, let's say, these, not only is it rotating, but it's also moving. Like the position is moving it. Technically the same animation could have been done like this. Like technically it is the exact same thing. But the difference is that when you make something long and sharp, so the keyframes are pretty much like, instead of having it like this, you extend it and then you make it sharper. it will look very similar, like it'll look almost the same, but the difference is it has constant motion. So if I actually just bring up a PNG now, I can show you it. Let's bring up my cat. That is my cat, but I did not drag it on. And we'll pull on a transform. And we'll just keyframe it so that it moves from, let's keep it simple. Let's say it moves from off the screen. In fact, no, we'll do an intermediate curve. It moves from this point to this point. Let's do a quick curve on that. So like, this does look pretty good, right? A lot of people would stop here. What I found you can make it even smoother is, so keep this in your mind. You extend them, so long, and you make it sharper. Now look how much smoother that is compared, so this, compared to this. So we create long and sharp keyframes, and the timings don't need to change for this. So you'll realize I can actually make it so that even though this is like short, I can make the timings for the long and sharper version the exact same. So basically what you do, you put your blue sort of marker, like cursor on here at the fastest point, and move the keyframes away from it. And you just make sure that the peak is still in the same spot. So here the peak is still in the same spot, so it'll still have the exact same timings. But now it's become longer and sharper, so it looks smoother and it's moving for a longer amount of time. You shouldn't be able to see the start or stop point of your animation. Otherwise, it just doesn't follow this, like, just doesn't look as good. So even if we were to slide this on, let's say from the bottom. So we're doing, what curve would this be? An entry curve, because it's coming onto the screen. This technically works. This follows the smooth keyframes and everything, but you can make it look a lot smoother by doing what? Long and sharp. If you want it to come on faster, you just make it even sharper. So it's this compared to, so it's like, yeah, you can see the difference. It's, this looks a little more robotic. This looks a lot smoother. Also, like we talked about overlapping keyframes, let's say you have this slide in and you want to have it slide out as well. We drag a new transform on, like we talked about before, stacking transforms. And most people would do, let's say it needs to slide out after this. Most people, if they did a slide in, then a slide out, even after following a smooth keyframes, it would look something like this. Let's extend it a bit, so let's say this was the timings. But can you see, remember we talked about having constant movement? It's like, sure, it's moving here, but here it's like, the PNG is just sitting still. It doesn't look natural. In nature, it would never do this. What you can do with the keyframes is long and sharp, long and sharp. And now what you'll see is for this period here, there's actually both animations happening at the exact same time. That's why we stack transforms, and you can see it just never stops. Look, every single frame, it's moving even the tiniest amount. Just like trees in nature never stop, this never stops. It's always moving slightly. So that's how you can do it with just the transforms, with like the slides and stuff. And curves, this applies the exact same way for curves. So if you were going to do an exit animation with, let's say, a rotation and a scale where you went from here to, oh, for God's sake, you know what, let's just say scale because I need to nest it if I use rotation, which I can't be bothered right now. In fact, scale is still going to do it. Fuck it, we'll just do the nest for the sake of the tutorial. So let's say we're doing the scale animation. This same concept still applies. If you were going to do a scale out animation, you still don't want it to be like coming up and then stopping and then scaling out. You can have them both overlapping. So long and sharp with that one, long and sharp with this one. In fact, let's move this one like that. Look how much smoother that is compared to before. So that's overlapping, long and sharp. And now I want to show you handheld shakes. So handheld shakes, I'll be honest, they take a while to set up for the first time. But the way you do it is you pretty much manually come in, you add a transform, you keyframe position, and then you zoom super far in, like, say, yeah, fuck it, let's say 400. And then you move it slightly to the side, like this. And then you go a few frames forward, so let's say like 10 frames forward. Then you keyframe it so it moves like to another spot. Then you move like 10 frames forward, then you move it to another spot. And then you just basically keep doing this in like a sort of natural path. You know, I'm not going to spend too long on this because it can take a while for the first time, but I'll share the quicker way. So let's say it does that, and you always want to bring it back to its original position. So you create a cycle, so copy the first keyframe and have it end at that point. So now you can see it follows this path, right? This was way too exaggerated, I'll be honest. It probably should be not as much, so we can kind of let's just bring the points here. Bringing the points more towards the center. I mean, of course, this isn't going to be perfect because I'm doing it quickly. But you see, like, this is sort of the basis of having a handheld shake. Bringing this more in. It can take a while to mess about with. And once you've done all of that, you just ease in and out all of them. And if it's too fast, then you can just space them out. I'm just going to use speed to space them out. Like, that's the main concept of having a handheld shake. I'll be honest, the first time you do it, it can take a while, so I just use presets for this. For me personally, I use, so let's say handheld shake. I used to use a Sapphire plugin, which was, like, let's say this. Sapphire plugin, it's a paid plugin, and it does, like, these handheld movements. So that's using constant movement, but there is a no plugin way, which is the transform version that I showed, and that you can just use in, like, there's a no plugin pack, which pretty much these are like the sort of keyframes that it makes. There's a small rotation on it as well, so it's like, you can speed it up. So you can see it's like just having a handheld shake, and there's different amplitudes. So this one's a little bit heavier, make it faster. Just having this, it's like you can see, even though this is just an image sitting on the screen, now if I go frame by frame, it's never sitting still. It's always moving in the slightest amount, even though you can barely tell. So if you look at an edit, you'll notice even when there's something that's still on the screen, like let's say with the text, it's staying in the same spot. But not only is there a handheld on it, if I go in here, here you can see there's a zoom in top, so this basically makes it move up. But once you've nested that, I've got in fact, this didn't even have a shake on it. Actually, no, it must have. How in the world is that shaking? Okay, yeah. It's inside the nest, I believe. Yeah, it's shaking inside the nest. So I used a s_shake because at the time of making this project, I used to do that. But let's say with the Sidemen project, which I used the transform handheld shakes with, let's look at this video. Here you can see it on each one of the letters. So each one of these letters is a new layer. You've got the handheld shake, which just makes it move around slightly. Same thing with the darts. You've got a either constant movement or like a wobble on it. So basically everything's just constantly moving. You never want something that's just sitting there, because otherwise like it just looks stale and you don't want that. And yeah, so that's the three main ways to have constant movement: overlapping curves, long and sharp curves, and handhold shakes. And yeah, when it comes to backgrounds, so everything I told you is more for foregrounds. Similar concept works for backgrounds, but you're mostly going to use that with foreground elements. With backgrounds, something I've really liked is using flickers. So you'll notice with this, even my backgrounds, they're not truly one color. There's like a slight flicker. It's very hard to tell, but there's a slight flicker on every single one of them. So here I use the sapphire flicker, but now I actually use a like vanilla plug, not like a no plugin flicker. So let's say I just bring this piece of footage, just because like I can't be asked finding more footage. Flicker no plugin. So it's using the strobe light effect, and you can just copy these values, and now you can see this is flickering. It just makes it so when you do have like these sort of backgrounds, it doesn't just look stale. Everything is constantly moving. If you literally went through this video frame by frame, I promise you will never find two frames that look exactly the same next to each other. So incorporate constant movement and you'll realize your edits look so much more dynamic. Let's talk about creating depth in our edits. Depth is where you have your foreground and your background elements, but unless we work on actively creating depth, it's going to look like you've just got a sticker, plastered it on your wall and took a picture. There's no actual feeling of like reality or definition in there. So by creating depth, which I'm going to show you exactly the few steps that I use to create some more depth in my edits, without depth it just kind of looks bland. So I'm going to show you the first technique that I use, which is probably the simplest, and it's called layering. This doesn't require any effects. Instead, it's more about using more elements in a creative way, which it makes them stand out from each other. So this scene where basically they're saying whoa, like I'll show you the original clip. This is them saying like their mind was blown, and originally it looks kind of bland. Sure, they've got this scene in the background, but we could do a lot more with this. So the first thing I actually do is, I know I'm going to be layering in this scene. I'm going to be adding extra sort of foreground elements in here. I rotoscoped them out. So I used a mask and I got them out. So this is the mask that I use. I use runway.ml just to green screen things out, but essentially I rotoscoped whatever, I masked them out. And then what that allows me to do is add an explosion in the background. So awesome, we've created something between our characters and the background. We've sandwiched in another element, so we've created some more depth. But this still doesn't really look like it fits in with the scene. So what I actually did was duplicate this and put it above the characters, lowered the opacity, and now there's just a slight bit of fire on top of them. So I've added another layer, we're increasing that depth. And then I've added a sort of like animation which slides in between all of them. So once again, we're adding another layer of depth. And yeah, so once we've added all of that, this scene, what started as some flat, boring scene like this, became this super dynamic scene where everything's kind of flying around. So that's layering. The second thing I want to talk about is drop shadows. So drop shadows are, this is the first effect I'm going to be talking about out of a few that can be used to create depth. Let's say with this exploding head thing. So here I've used a drop shadow with these settings. This is done with a plugin, but honestly I don't use the plugin version anymore. I just use Premiere Pro's normal drop shadow. So you just drag that on and then change these settings, whatever. And you can create a drop shadow, and you can see the difference between without drop shadow, that's what it looks like, and then with drop shadow. It's super subtle, but it just adds so much depth to your edit. Drop shadows alongside other effects, sometimes you have to put them in specific orders, otherwise it can bug out. Like here I've got some shape, this is once again a plugin, but this can sometimes happen with transform as well. If you found that you adding drop shadow messes up your PNG placement, just try moving the effect order around, because sometimes, yeah, it can do like that weird, like these weird bugs. So mess about with the order and it'll fix it. Or if that still doesn't work, just copy all your effects, nest the image or video that you're doing, and then place the drop shadow onto there. So that's if you do have any problems with the drop shadow. The next effect that I want you to use for adding depth is actually on this same clip. It's using VR glow. Glows in general, basically I'll show you what they do. You've got VR glow, which is built in within Premiere. And let's say that you've got this random PNG, which is, if we come down here, let's say, damn, it is going to be horrible trying to find a PNG now. Let's see. You've got, okay, this is a PNG, awesome. If you add VR glow onto this, so we just drag that on, and then this is essentially glowing now, which it looks kind of cool. If you actually nest it, sometimes the glow can go outside. So if you increase the glow radius, it'll go slightly further out. And if you have a brighter image, sometimes what you'll have to do if you want it to glow is change the luma threshold. What that basically means is how bright does something need to be in order for it to start glowing. So if you had something completely white, you would have to put the, I believe it's completely white or completely black, you have to put the luma threshold all the way down. But essentially, if your thing isn't glowing, just put this all the way down, and then you can mess around with like the glow brightness. You probably don't want it to be crazy. Like, let's say this, you go for like point, if I was to make this glow, I'd do something like 0.2 maybe. Maybe put the threshold slightly up, like 0.3. The glow radius, make it a little bigger so that it's a little more ethereal. So now this is the difference between glow, no glow. And in this case, you can see with, coming back to this exploding head, if I took away the VR glow, this is what it looks like. VR glow, no VR glow. VR glow, no VR glow. So it just adds a little more sort of oomph to that, to the colors and everything. And what I actually love most, which this is actually why I explained this section of the video in this order of drop shadows then VR glow. Adding drop shadows and VR glow together makes it look so fucking good. Let me see if I can find an example here. It'll probably be in something like these. I'm assuming that I've probably used it in this. So if I go to here, I've used VR glow here. So this is what it looks like with nothing. That's VR glow. And if I was to add a shadow onto this, which this one didn't need a shadow purely because I believe this image already had a shadow on it. But if I added a shadow plus a drop shadow, essentially it just looks a lot better. I'll try to find an example now. So if we go, was it done on this? Yep, this is perfect. So you can see I've used a VR glow on the text, and I've also used a drop shadow, which you can't really see, but basically it just looks amazing. Let me try bring up a favicon. If I just bring up my cat's face, my cat's name is Ace, by the way. So if I just bring that up, you will see we add VR glow. Okay, cool, it looks like whatever. Brightness a bit down. But if you add a drop shadow, it'll actually, we can do this, put the softness up. So you can see the sort of shadow on the PNG, so that's the shadow. By adding a VR glow, mess around with the two orders. If you have VR glow on top of a drop shadow, it makes a drop shadow actually look better, which is always nice. Like that's just something that I found. You can try it on text especially. It looks really good if you do it on certain subtitles. It just looks amazing. Let me see if I've done it on this one. So this is where I wanted to show the word Romania, and if I come to the main sequence, you can see here, this is what it looks like with just drop shadow. So drop shadow off, on. This is what it looks like with just VR glow. But if you put VR glow and drop shadow together, this is what it looks like. And if you do it the other way around, it looks kind of muddy, like everything's merging together. If you put it in this order, the drop shadow looks really defined. So here you can see I've actually used like Premiere Pro's default drop shadow, so you don't need plugins to do this. So that's putting drop shadows and VR glows and using them in conjunction with each other. But past that, another thing that I've really liked for depth is actually using contrasting colors. So this is something that you will not need to use effects for, but understanding a little bit of just color theory will really help. So here you can see pinks and oranges, like pinkies and yellowy oranges. They are on opposite sides of the color spectrum. If you search up color spectrum, you'll see maybe they're not perfectly on the other side, but they're contrasting. What that means is the orange really pops on top of this. And you'll realize this is how you make it so scenes like this, it doesn't feel like everything is just bleeding into each other. Instead, you have this super high contrast sort of scene. So if you feel as though you're trying these sort of like edits where you've got an artificial background and everything just feels like it's not popping like it does in videos like these, try out contrasting colors where this yellow really like pops out compared to this lightish blue. Yeah, so look up the color wheel and look at opposite sides of the color spectrum, and you'll realize that those colors put together often do a lot better instead of having two colors that are way too similar. And the last way of incorporating depth into your edits is actually using blurs. So let's see if I've done it. In fact, I'm pretty sure I've done it in this exact scene. So you see how I've introduced this element, this is a foreground, this element, and now we've shown that this is turning into this. But for the next scene, I don't really care about this noob image anymore. This is the only image that I really care about. So what I'm going to do is actually put this from a foreground element to now kind of blending it into the background. So I'm actually pushing it away. How do I do that? Using this blur. So in this edit specifically, because it is a bit of an older edit that I did a while ago, I actually did the blur using an actual effect. So I used Lens Blur OBS. This is using a plugin. If you don't want to use plugins, use Gaussian Blur. Here you can search up Gaussian Blur, or you can use Lens Blur. I believe I think it's called Camera Blur. Yeah, Camera Blur. So these are two quite good blurs that you can use. One of the ways that you can do it is like how I did, where you can as it's going backwards, like you want it to go into the background, you keyframe the actual blur to go from 0 to whatever number you want. This is an intermediate curve because it's starting on the screen and it's ending on the screen. So just like we talked about before, it's an intermediate curve. But the problem with this is you need to do it with every single foreground element. So here you can see it starts blurring here and then it ends blurring here. That's for this noob image. For the red arrow, we have to actually do the same thing where it blurs at the same time. So it's like you have to line up all these things, and when you have 5, 6, 7, 8 elements on the screen, it's not fun. The new way that I do it now is actually using an adjustment layer. So I'll probably be able to find an example somewhere. So here you can see I've introduced all these elements and it's sort of like taken up a lot of space on the screen. And to introduce this next element, what I actually did is just blur out all of the background. The way I did that, put an adjustment layer, which is this one, and keyframe the Gaussian blur. So that just blurs out all of those backgrounds, because otherwise that's all well defined and it kind of doesn't give this space to breathe and it doesn't add any depth. This adjustment layer with a Gaussian blur adds some depth. So the way you would do this is, let's say you had a scene that you wanted to transition out of. All you would do is get an adjustment layer, put it on, and then get a blur. So let's say we just use a Gaussian blur for this one. Go from 0 to whatever you want it to go to. So let's say for this one we want it to go to about 75-ish. I recommend putting repeat edge pixels on, otherwise you get this weird vignette, and then putting it onto a intermediate curve like we talked about before. So we normally do it with transforms, but works the exact same with blurs. And now, once all of these things have come on, you've set the scene in order for you to actually introduce new elements, and it will have more depth. So that is how you introduce depth into your edits. You've got layering, drop shadows, VR glows, mixing the drop shadows and the VR glows together, contrasting colors, and then blurs, which you can do either on the actual elements or you can use an adjustment layer, which I actually recommend. And yeah, that is how you use depth in your edits. The way that I like to think about rhythm is it's the flow between fast and slow parts of a video. You can have rhythm over the course of an entire video, which is faster sections of the video, shorter sections of the video, but you can also think of this in a more micro sense where it's faster parts of the edit and slower parts of the edit. This could happen literally second by second. So we're going to talk more about this flow of fast to slow points, but first I want to share how to actually time things, because a huge part of rhythm is timings. So you'll notice throughout these edits, as I play these, we're going to talk about the timings that I actually make movements happen.
This is my story from 1,000 hours to 8 million.
So this is just a short section. You'll realize that I've consciously picked when edits come up. The easiest example of this is when he says each word.
This is my story.
Each word comes up when he's saying it. It's not they all come up at the same time. It's not they're all coming up exactly 5 frames away from each other. Some of them there's like a 3 frame difference. Some there will be like a 2. It's like there could be a different timing. Words like these are the easiest because we're literally subtitling it. But this same concept applies when we're not directly subtitling as well.
1,000 hours to 8 million. 1,000 hours.
So 1,000, once again, it comes up as he's saying 1,000. Bringing up the waveform is going to be super important here. So I want you to have the waveform actually extended by extending this. And you can see when the word actually starts being said. Let me bring up a little whiteboard. What you're going to realize in waveforms, so basically these, when a word is being said, it's not like it just goes like word being said. So like nothing being said, word being said, nothing being said. It's not like that. Usually what it look like is nothing's being said. The word is starting to be said. The word is said and then it slowly tapers off. That's what a word will look like, as you can see here.
1,000.
So 1, it doesn't start randomly like this. The way it starts, it actually starts from like up here. This is where the word 1,000 starts, not here. So my animation for 1,000 is starting from a couple of frames back, where the majority of the movement, so that peak of movement, is happening at the loudest point.
1.
So it started at 1,
1,000.
and then the fastest part, the loudest part of 1,000. So that's the main syllable, which it feels kind of harder than everything else, like 1,000. I sound autistic, but I hope this helps. That's when the majority of the movement happens. So you can see with the scale here, the peak, it starts getting fastest at the 1,000, like sort of hardest syllable.
Hours.
So now when it zooms in on that syllable, on that emphasis.
1,000 hours to 8 million in like 6 years or something. I don't know.
Let's say with this example.
Hey, broski. Hey. Hey, broski.
There's 2 very distinct points. There's like, hey, and it starts here. You see, this is literally the first frame. It's not a coincidence that this is the first frame that the word starts coming up. Same thing with broskies.
Broski.
It's not a coincidence that it starts off the first few frames a little slow, but the majority of the word comes up when it's the loudest in the audio. So you want to match your animations to the emphasis in words. It shouldn't just randomly come up because of time, like, oh, it's kind of on the same time. It should be on the exact frame that it is loudest on that word. That is when the fastest part of the movement should be. So it means if you've got an intermediate curve like this, if you can move the whole curve like by a couple of frames to the left, because the audio was actually loud, the word was emphasized on that point, it'll change the entire feeling of it. You'll notice how when I say what's up, notice how it happens on this loudest part. That's where the most movement's happening.
What's up? It's so.
it's Sona. These things are all moving in fast. Look, there's a huge spike in the waveform.
It's Sona. Welcome back to my channel. To my channel. To my channel.
Notice when I bring it back up.
To my channel.
I don't just randomly bring it up when I want to.
My channel.
I bring it up when she says the word channel, because it's like human sentences. If you just speak a sentence now, you'll realize that there's some words that kind of like, they just kind of flow out, but there's some where you put specific emphasis on them. A human sentence is going to kind of look like this, where you've got low parts, you've got high parts, low parts. It's on these high parts that you want to have your motions happening. So, welcome.
Back to my.
So back to my channel is almost like back to my, almost like filler words when it comes to emphasis, and then channel was the high.
Back to my channel. 3 whole months ago. I said what months ago? I said.
So you notice how I said almost like it sets up the scene for the next word. So just listen to the audio for a bit.
4 months ago. I said what should I draw?
I said, what should I draw? So I said almost slow down the pace, and then what should I draw? Brought up the energy again.
4 months ago, I said.
So I said is the leading up words. So I almost replicated that in the movement.
I said what?
So I said, just put it into its place.
I said.
So it gets it ready.
What should I draw?
What should I draw? That's when the cadence, the speed of the words sort of speeds up. So that's where more of the animations happen.
I said, what should I draw?
So it's matching the tone and the points of emphasis and the timings with when you do the animations. This is huge. If you can get this down and start noticing when this is done right in people's edits and when it's done wrong, and you can incorporate it into your own videos, your animations actually just blend in with the video. Something I love saying is good editing is when you don't even think about the editing. If you look at your video and you think, oh, this editing looks quite cool, I can see all the different animations, and look, there's like you've lost the whole point of editing. The point of editing wasn't so that you can say it's a cool edit. It was so that it blends so well with the video that it doesn't even feel, you don't even think about, oh, this editing is cool. It's like, this is just an experience. You make that experience by having a seamless, it's like a seamless bridge between audio and visuals. You do that by having these timings down. This same concept is applicable to emotion as well. Remember when I talked about you have like the sort of slower points of a sentence, and then when the person gets super excited, they'll have some syllables up here, then they get a little calmer again. You want to match the speed and sort of vibe of your animations to that. If you have someone kind of saying a slower sentence or they're calming it down, don't have a sharp animation. So here.
My channel 3 whole months ago. Channel 3 whole months ago.
So 3 whole months ago isn't like some super hard anime, like some crazy excited thing. She's just saying 3 whole months ago. So it's going back into the past. It's a slow sort of vibe.
Oh, 3 whole.
That's why I did a sort of like, it's just fading on, and it's just super like, it's slower animations. It's not like something hard just flies into the screen. It's a lot softer.
3 whole months ago, I said.
And it sits on screen for a second. Because 3 whole months ago isn't an exciting sentence. So it's matched the emotion of that audio. In the same way.
Draw. Keep it simple. Yeah, nobody kept it simple. I got a lot of replies, and I picked out 100 of these comments.
100 of these comments, that's something that's a lot more like exciting. It's something more overwhelming in some way. That's why I brought on a lot more things, and all of these come on really fast. This is overwhelming to the viewer. Normally you don't want to overwhelm the viewer. Remember what we talked about in the digestibility lesson? You don't want to overwhelm the viewer. But we just said 100 comments. It's like that's overwhelming for Sona, so for my client. So for the creator, it's overwhelming. So we're almost recreating that emotion in the edit. If you had to read all of these in the matter of 1 second, you wouldn't be able to. But neither could she, because she was overwhelmed and the viewer was overwhelmed. It's sort of matching the same emotion. But imagine I did this sort of edit when we said 3 whole months ago. We brought up a whole calendar and we showed all the dates, and it's flicking between the 3 months. Like, it would have been overwhelming. She just said 3 months ago, it's 3 months ago. So matching the actual edit to the emotion and the speed of things. So
go, I said,
I said it's just filler. So let's just keep it slow.
Acid.
So here in this case, the 5 models, they come on quite quickly.
5 models from my favorite to least favorite.
But I keep it kind of slow relative to what I could have done. Like, this first little bit is super fast, but there is so much new information that I gotta give them a second, and there's not really anything crazy that's happening right now for something new to be sliding in.
From my favorite to least favorite, and I am very nervous because I don't like...
Same thing with this.
And I am very nervous.
I am very nervous because, like, there's nothing crazy that he's saying. So there's no crazy animation for them to be, like, sliding in, turning into a fucking cube and flying across the screen. Like, I don't need to be doing all of that. I just slide them off. I even pause for a second and then bring off the rest. So matching the speed to the emotion of the audio, super important. And another thing I want to mention is constant directionality. This, it isn't exactly about speed, but it does impact the flow. So it does impact sort of the rhythm. Having things move in the same plane, or preferably in the same direction, will make your edits look better. Imagine that I slid these girls in to the right, so they all came into the right, and then when they came out, they all slid upwards. It would just not feel as good. Instead, they sort of went out in the same way that they came in. I also could have made them all come out of the same way. But what's important is that it's not like a jarring movement of something coming in and then moving out. It's moving out of like a different direction. You'll realize I do this with a lot of edits. So let's say with this, it's like they're all moving from the bottom to the middle and then middle to the top. It's like, cool. Let's say with this, there will be elements that follow the movement of each other. So here we have things coming from the right to the left. Not only is the PNG coming in, like Sona's PNG, the face coming in from right to left, but the words are also coming in from right to left. Imagine the words came in from the left, but the PNG came in from the right. It's like, it just looks disconnected. So having things come in from the same spot, where let's say you've got, once again, we've done the whole thing of things coming in, this comes in from the right, this sort of feels like it's coming in from the right because it moves from here to here. This, we brought it down, so if it's going to come out of the scene, we're not going to move it out to the right, it's going to go up. And then when this moved up, we can follow the same direction with the next scene. Look, this goes up, look what else is moving up. So I didn't move this up and then this comes in from the left. So you can get away with it sometimes, but it looks a lot more aesthetic when things move in the same direction like this. So here you've got this moving upwards, so the scrolling also goes upwards, and then guess what, also comes upwards, and then guess what, also comes upwards, the background. It's like there's all these movements that sort of fit the same direction, and it makes things look a lot more aesthetic. And yeah, you'll see this done in so many edits. So this, the movement is spinning, so it spins. This is moving to the left. Guess what also comes in left? And even the zoom sort of complements that movement because they're all happening together.
Noob to Thunder, Hashira, and...
So this zoom doesn't feel disconnected, because the reason this zoom doesn't feel awkward is because the movement was already going towards that direction. And then we break up that rhythm, we break up that flow with this PNG. And then we let it sit for a while. So that's what puts so much emphasis on this image, because we actually broke the flow intentionally. So we created flow by going left, 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 then it comes in right. That puts more emphasis. So you want to build flow so you can break it intentionally, rather than everything kind of being janky and just coming in random directions. So these come down, this comes up. It's not like it comes down and then it comes in from the right. It's like we're using the same plane. And yeah, so that is directionality. And now more on like a macro perspective, so over like multiple scenes, what you'll realize is, just like how we talked about this sort of wave, your edits are going to follow this sort of pacing generally. You're going to have parts which are super fast, and then that's going to follow like a super slow moment, and then that's going to be followed by a fast moment. The reason pacing and rhythm work, it isn't because something is fast paced or slow paced, because these two just look like the exact same line. The reason that you can say something is fast or slow paced is because the moment before it was relatively faster or slower than that moment. It's because of the faster moment that a slow moment can exist. And it's because of that slow moment existing that the next moment can be called fast. If everything was the same speed, if everything was fast, nothing's fast, it's just a fuckfest. If everything's slow, nothing's slow, it's just boring. You can have slow moments. You can have fast moments. They just need to be used together. So I'm going to show you how I do this sort of.
For today's video, we go from noob to thunder, Hashira, and
So even in that area there, we've already done pretty much like a fast, slow, fast. You've got the fast moment, so literally first second.
for today's video,
This first second, so much new information just came up. For about half a second after it came up, so from here to about here, there's no new information that's coming up. It's just manipulating what's already on screen. So we've kind of gone a little slower. And this bit's a little faster again, so we've brought
we
up
go
new
from
things.
noob to thunder, Hashira, and Project Slayers. And our goals are simple. First,
So basically this first little bit was pretty fast. Like there's so
for
much new
today's
information
video, we
coming.
go from noob to thunder, Hashira, and Project Slayers.
There's just so much new information coming. And notice what happens after we bring this up.
And our goals are and Project Slayers. And our goals are simple. First, we must
We just let this breathe. And our goals are simple. And there's a moment of pause. You'll notice here, there's a few frames of just nothing happening. Notice here, there is literally like, this sentence stops, this sentence starts. Like there's literally no frame of silence. Here, I've added 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 6 frames of just silence. It sounds tiny, but this is what I mean by, like, there's intentional thought. The top guys in editing, they put this intentional thought into their videos. I'm able to teach this to you, so at least you're able to see the back end of this. But it's by doing this, and like it's literally like 5 words, and there's a pause, and the next thing is literally just one element on screen that spends a whole like 3 seconds just on one element, and then a couple words. So we've slowed it all down compared to the first bit. So up to here is super fast, then we slowed it down for this section.
For today's video, we go from noob to thunder, Hashira, and Project Slayers. And our goals are simple. First, we must obtain the 0.1% Agatsuma clan. Then we must go obtain thunder breathing from the thunder trainer. And last but not least, I must head into PvP and give my honest opinion.
And then this bit is where we're starting to speed it up again.
And last but not
So you notice the slow pace of this, and then how fast it comes here.
then we must go obtain thunder breathing from the thunder trainer. And last but not least, I must head into PvP and give my honest opinion on the breathing style.
So all of this kind of comes in super fast. And then what do we have to do after a fast moment? What do we have to do? We have to slow it back down.
PvP and give my must head into PvP and give my honest opinion on the breathing style. Which, hey, it kind of doesn't seem simple now.
It's literally just one element on the screen, and it's like there's not much new things happening. This is super slow compared to loads of swords flying in, a fucking Lego dojo like slide. Like we speed it up, we slow it down. It's when editors try to make something super fast, and it's like, look at me, I'm a smooth editor, I'm making a complex animation, and it's like now it's just super fast and no one knows what's going on. I make fast edits too, but people like them because I slow it down at times as well. It's when you slow it down, people have time to not only like sit in it for a second, but their brain still needs a couple of frames, like a couple, like half a seconds to just understand what the hell just went on. After bringing up an entire, like 2 swords, a dojo that just split in half and came together, the viewer needs half a second to understand what I just gave them. And it's this slow moment which allows them to do that. So kind of look at your edits. Are you staying fast for way too long? Or are you staying slow for too long? And another problem which you might be facing is, are you trying to switch too fast between them as well? you want to kind of have this sort of vibe. Of course, this is an abstract idea. You don't need to literally say this point is 0.1, so it must be here, and then 0.4. Like, that's not what I'm trying to tell you to do. Just generally, it follows this faster moments, slower moments, and we give the viewer time to breathe. So don't make the mistake also of just like you'll speed up and then you suddenly go like super slow, and you went all fast again, and then it's like you're continuing, and then you went super slow and then super fast. Suddenly, like, it kind of follows this natural feeling of things flow. There's a rhythm to it. You'll get better at rhythm a lot of the time by watching other people's edits a couple times. So watching, if you like my videos, watch my videos, like my edits, not my normal YouTube videos, but the videos that I do for my clients. So on my portfolio, on my Twitter previews, watch them and notice how I speed things up and then I slow things down, then I speed things up again, and it's like, that's what rhythm is, and it makes your edits actually understandable and feel more dynamic. Welcome to the transitions module. In this module, you're going to learn how to transition between one scene to another so that everything flows together and it's all pretty seamless. I found that there's 5 general types of transitions that you can follow, and almost every transition you can do falls into one or multiple of these categories. So throughout this module, we're going to be going through all 5 of them. We'll jump into the first one now, which is the dissolves, the simplest of the 5, but I think it'll be amazing for you to see it in action and see the different ways that I've implemented it. So the first transition that we're going to be talking about is dissolves, and this is arguably one of the simpler ones when it comes to the 5 transition types, but I wanted to show you it because there are some technical things that you might not know and mistakes that I've made in my past. So dissolves, put simply, are when something fades into the next scene. So just like this. And the usual way that you could just fade 2 clips together is you have this scene, you can cut it, and you just add on the, I believe it's called constant. Is it called constant? No, it's called cross dissolve, sorry. Cross dissolve, and you drag that on, and there is a fade. So let's say this was part of a different section, that just fades in between, and whenever you do drag this on, it's going to be a certain length. If you want to change the length of the default one, which I do recommend, you can go to edit, preferences, and I believe it's on timeline, but it'll be in preferences, yeah, in timeline, and here it says audio transition default duration. It's a lot longer by default, I'm pretty sure, but I have mine set to 6 frames, which I recommend you do because the default one's way too long. Now, whenever you drag on cross dissolve, granted that it's your default transition, if it's not your default, you can just right click it, set as default transition, and now it'll be a 6 frame cross dissolve. Another shortcut that I recommend putting on, if you go to your shortcuts by going to edit keyboard shortcuts, is searching up default transition, and it's Shift D. So I've set mine to Shift D. So now whenever I click Shift D, it'll add on the default transition, which is always super useful. But cross dissolve is the effect we're going to use. Now let's talk about actually transitioning between the scenes. So you've got like this smooth animation that you've done. Cool. And now we want to transition to the next scene without it being like a hard cut, because having this transition as a hard cut.
Worked as a maid cleaning people's.
If I undo that.
Worked as a maid cleaning people's houses.
That's what it would look like. It's just, it ruins the entire flow. After we've done all this smooth stuff, we're just going to hard cut. Yeah, let's not do that. Normally, the way you would fade in and out of stuff, you could like sort of nest all of this and then fade it with this clip. So it would look something like, in fact, you can see the problem that comes up. It's like you have to move all these weird layers. Then now if you try fading this, it's like the cross dissolve doesn't extend because there's nothing left for it to fade. So then you need to extend all of this part. Basically, it's just really annoying to try fading stuff like that. So what I actually recommend you do is keep it unnested. But let's say the next scene that you want to fade into, you just grab a section of it. So this is the section that I want to fade into. I just duplicate it and drag it to the top. And then I'll extend it a bit. And then I'll click this, or I'll click this, Shift D. So I'll add that transition. And now instead of having to fade out all of these other parts, so I don't have to do this because then there's going to be a lot of bugs like this, like it fades out to black and stuff like that if you have an adjustment layer. It's easier often to fade in the next scene rather than fade out the last scene. So we can just do that, and now you see we get the same fade effect. And if you want to shorten the fade like I've done here,
Made thing. People
gets the exact same effect as trying to fade out all of these, but you don't have to deal with all the bugs. So that is the simplest way to do the fades, the dissolves. There are other ways to do dissolves that aren't directly with the cross dissolve. That is just one of the ways. So another method that I like using is often VR light leaks. So if you search up VR light leaks, this is within Premiere Pro, and it does this effect, which is pretty much the exact same as a cross dissolve, but the difference is it just looks nicer. So you can see here, this is the sort of fade that happens because of it. So I've done the same concept of, instead of trying to fade out all of these different things, because I've got all these things on screen, if I try fading all of these out, you'll see what happens. Let's say I go here, I try fading these out. Let's turn off this layer. It like fades to black, and some of them have like this weird white gradient now, and it just looks really bad. So what we did is just have it come on top. We bring up this part of the clip, we dragged it up. In fact, no, for this one we actually had a artificial background, so put the artificial background on top instead of directly next to it and then trying to cross dissolve it. Instead we put it on top and fade it in with a VR light leaks, and we have the same thing with the top image. So now we have a dissolve from this scene to this scene, so we're basically seamlessly going in between them. And similar concept with from here to here. So in all the other examples that I gave you, it was going from a pretty highly edited scene to something that's less highly edited, so it's pretty simple to put the unedited version on top and then just fade it in. But in the scenario that you have here, which is the highly edited section is after the edited section, so this is more an intro of a highly edited section. So before it was highly edited section, how do we come up, but how do we actually get in? It's the same concept, just reversed. So you bring up the section that you want to go from, put it to the top, extend it a little. So this is the original footage. Extend it a little, add a cross dissolve, and now instead of having to try fading all of this stuff on like this, which will often cause loads of bugs, like you can see that's what happens when you try fading it in. It's not pretty. Instead we have just one clip that we need to fade in,
and the journey,
and it fades in so much simpler. Yeah, try that out. Use a dissolve to fade in and out, and use this method of just dragging the next clip onto the top and then fading it, rather than trying to fade all the different layers. Now, the next transition I want to share with you is using slides. So slides, we've talked about this a lot earlier in the course with how to actually create them. Now it's how do we use them in our edits to transition between scenes. So slides, you'll realize I use them a lot, especially in these sort of cartoony videos where, let's try to find a slide. So if we just focus on, let's say, this purple background coming up, to transition from this scene to this scene, I used a slide. So if I find this, so I've transitioned from the old scene to this scene, and to transition this scene on, I've just used a transform where it slides on. If we go into this video, you'll see it done in a very similar way. So let's say the background of this, we're transitioning from this to this. So if we go into that layer, which is cyan, here we are, you can see there's an entry curve which slides it on, and that is now transitioning the background from one background to another. So that's one way of transitioning between this scene and this scene. And let's say here as well, you've got from this scene to this scene, we transition by sliding something in. So this is where we keep the old scene how it is, and we add on top the old scene, the next scene. The other way of doing it is where you have the new scene which is already there, and then the old scene which is covering it, and you're actually revealing the new scene. So the first method was where we're revealing the new scene by dragging it on, so we're actually covering the old scene. But then the second way is by like uncovering rather than sliding on top. A little confusing, but you'll understand once I explain it. So here I'm sliding on the new scene versus, let's say, in this case where you have this scene and we're trying to go from this scene to this scene, and instead of sliding on this scene like how we were talking about before, where we just slide in this, let's say, screen of Sharky being on screen, instead we're sliding out the old elements to reveal the new scene. So this, it's kind of split up into 5 parts, but the same concept applies if it was a full screen sliding out. But you can see it's sliding out to reveal the new scene. So you can either slide in the new screen, or you can slide out the old screen. Those are the 2 ways you can use slides. And of course, this can happen in any direction. And yeah, so that is how I incorporate slides as the second type of transition. So this next transition that we're going to be learning is the screen wipes. I'll show you a few examples first before we teach you exactly how to do it. But it's where you have a animation which essentially wipes off the old screen and wipes on the new screen. So this is the old scene and this is the new scene. And in order for us to transition between, we have this PNG which wipes across the whole screen and it introduces the new scene. Here you can see me doing it with a circular PNG. So it wipes across the screen, takes out the old one, brings in the new one. In here you can see I've done it with the circle, again just like before. But I've also used an example with this PNG. So it almost wipes across the screen. So this is the old scene, this is the new scene. So you can characterize these screen wipes with a PNG going across the screen, and it has to cover the top and the bottom. In order for these to work, you need it to be touching both the top and the bottom throughout the entire movement. Otherwise, it's going to be like midway, and that just doesn't look good. Because you can imagine, if I find the PNG for this pineapple, which is this one, if the pineapple was like even slightly higher or lower, like let's say up here, you would be able to see this bar in between them. That's not what we want. By having the PNG perfectly touching the top and the bottom, it allows for you to basically make it look seamless. So I'm going to bring up an example now of what the process would look like to create an animation like these. So I've got 2 little clips here. It's just from an Apex clip that I have in a practice footage folder. And I've got 2 sections. I've got a section where they're in the loading screen in Apex Legends, another game, and a section where they're in game. I want to use this screen wipe transition on here. The first thing you need is something to wipe it with. So I'm just going to bring up a picture of my cat. So if I just search up, yeah, let's just bring up a picture of my cat. And I'm going to quickly make him into a circle so that it looks nicer. In fact, yeah, I'll show it with a circle. So if I just put my circle crop, and yeah, let's just make it small for now. So this is what a PNG of yours might look like. First, you need the movement to go from the left side to the right side of your screen. So there's different ways you can do this, and I'm not going to talk too much about exactly the keyframes to use because we have the earlier modules which are about that. But essentially you have a movement which takes it from the left side to the right side of your screen. So it needs to be big enough that it's touching both the top and the bottom. So at this point it's touching the top and the bottom. And let's say it goes from, for the sake of example, from the left side to the right side. Just like that. Let's do a quick intermediate curve. In fact, let's just leave this for now. The actual curve isn't important. I have presets and stuff for this, and it takes me like a while to get a good curve. But let's say this is perfect for the sake of example, and I'll show you different methods of doing it later. So you've got this PNG now, which is sliding across the screen, and you have it in between the two clips. The first thing you want to do is make some space, so move that clip up, and the first scene that you're transitioning from, you want to have on one layer above the second scene. That scene, the first scene, you want it to be extended so that it lasts the entirety of this animation. So there's two ways you can do this. You can either extend the scene, or you can move the PNG forward. But essentially you need it so that this first clip needs to last as long as the animation goes. So in this case, let's say it goes up to here. This PNG, this first scene needs to be continued for the entire section. Next, you need to make it so that at the start of this clip, you also want to have the second clip playing. So let's just make these two different colors so that, oh, you can't even do that. I can't bother right now to turn that setting on. But essentially, you see the two different clips. This second clip also needs to last as long as the PNG animation. And now you have this. Doesn't look like anything's happened, but the way you can basically transition between them is using either crop or mask. So you can use both methods, but I'm going to show you with crop first. So if you just drag in crop on the top layer, what you're going to be able to do is essentially wipe away the first layer while the second one, while the PNG is sliding across. So at this point, how much of the screen should be off, so all of it can stay on. So we're going to keyframe the left one. At this point, we want this much to come off. Go 5 frames forward, then we want it to be here. Another 5, want it to be here. Another 5, it's completely off. After you've done this, essentially just go through frame by frame, make sure it's always touching the two contact points that the PNG has with the screen. So imagine there was one keyframe where it accidentally went here. You could just go in manually and change it back. But in this case, it looks like it did it perfectly. In fact, no, there's still this bit. So here you can see the PNG is touching both the top and the bottom at this point, so it should be completely off. So we'll just make it that, because otherwise it was actually bringing on, this bit was still left. So if we create that, now you can see if we go frame by frame, the mask works perfectly. And that is how you do this screen wipe. And the second way of doing it is a little bit different, but it works better if this first scene is super highly animated. So for sections like, let's say with this, it would be super hard for us to add crop to all of these pieces. So there's a couple of ways you can do it. The first way is you just nest everything, and then you use this crop method on the nest. So this would be the nested sequence with all the effects and stuff, and you're sliding it out. But another way that you can do it, similar to how we did the dissolves, instead of having this on the second layer, you can have the first layer that stays here, but the second layer that goes on top. So let's say you have these two clips once again, right? So these are two just blank clips. And we're going to transition from one to the other. Imagine that this was a super complex scene. So you've got all of these different layers, and it's like loads of different stuff basically. And you want to transition to this scene. Instead of having these on top and adding crop to these, you can have the second scene on top, and we're going to use either a crop or a mask. So the same PNG, it's doing the exact same thing. So it needs to last as long as the PNG animation. So in this case, it needs to go, imagine these are all complex pieces, so you would actually just move this across a bit. And the second scene that you want to have on, extend that. So I'm just holding Alt to extend it and dragging. And now you add crop to this second piece. So imagine these were all complex, so you couldn't really add crop to it. You add it to the second one, and it's the exact same concept, going from here, go a few frames forward, crop it a little more in, a few frames forward, crop it more in, and continue that process until the top and the bottom are both covered, so that you can go all the way. And here we see it goes off track a bit, so we just put it back on track. Does it stay on track here? No, so we just put it back on track. So basically, you just create that, goes off track here. Just move that up here. And now you can see it should be perfect. And that is how we transitioned this. A problem that you might face is, what if it's not perfectly in line? So if I come up to this pineapple wipe, you will see that, where is it? If I go to here we are. So this pineapple, it doesn't actually have a perfect top to bottom, I'm pretty sure. So in fact, let's turn off these grids, it'll be a little distracting. So you can see the pineapple, its line, if we just use the crop on, let's say this, the crop doesn't touch perfectly the top and the bottom. So going from basically like the old scene to the new scene, it wouldn't really help. So this is the new scene that we're bringing on, the orange. So because the old scene was kind of complex, so this is the old scene, this is the new scene. We're actually adding on the new scene, which is this one. And I used a mask, but let's say we try to use crop instead. You'll notice that there's going to be points where like the pineapple's kind of turned. So here it's like, even if you get up to here, sometimes this is, the top is going to be touching, the bottom isn't, as you can see, just a couple of pixels off. And essentially, if there's a PNG that isn't like dead straight, you want to use a mask. So in opacity, instead of crop masking, you use an actual mask. You can zoom out a bit. And here you can see the first bit, I've masked it so that it's completely off pretty much. And then I followed it, continuing the mask to follow this PNG. The way you do that is, I'll do it with this same old PNG from before. So now we've got no transition that's made. Instead of using a crop, I'm going to show you using the mask. So you go into the second clip, opacity mask, and just extend it so that it goes, in fact, just make it so that it's tall enough. And keep it off the screen like this. Once you've done that, click this keyframe for mask path, go a few frames forward, and follow the top and bottom contact points like so. So how I usually do it is, first I do it in chunks of 5 frames like this, and then I'll go through frame by frame. So here it's kind of off, I'll put it here. So once I've done like the rough one, that's when I'll go through frame by frame, make sure it's constantly touching, because if it isn't, you're going to have like a weird piece of footage just bleeding through. Cool. Here it's actually off by a bit. In fact, this can be off completely. So it actually only needs to start and come onto the screen once it's actually touched half the top and the bottom. So there we are. That is how you do it with the mask. And if you find that you've got issues with it bringing on the old screen rather than the new screen, you probably just need to click invert. So sometimes it will actually look like this by accident, where it hard cuts and then it does this. If you have that problem, just go into your mask and click invert, and it'll fix the problem. So that's if you have a PNG that crop doesn't work for. So that is screen wipes. And something that I found a lot of editors do when they learn about this is they start abusing it. Honestly, it's nice using it once in a while and using it in different contexts. So this sort of circle wipe transition, the like Malice circle wipe, I use it maybe once, twice max a video.
Likes on this video. Alright boys, now
Because it is one of those super like interesting pieces that doesn't look usual. And that means if you use it too much, it makes it look kind of cringe, like it becomes a bit cliche. So you can still use screen wipes again, but use it in a different context. So maybe you don't use the circle again and use it in this way. So here you've got the old scene, which is, if I hide all of that, you can see the old scene is the one where you've got this background, and I've basically made it so that he's glowed up. And then once that I've seen, okay, I want to transition from the glow scene of him just glowing a bit to I want to make it fully so that, first of all, I changed the background. I made it lightning and everything. Like literally I made the whole place in like a different world. Then I rotoscoped the character out so that he's on top and it makes it actually pop out. So basically I changed the scene. And to transition between them, I have a PNG that slides from pretty much left to right. So here. So it zooms in and then touches the top left and bottom left. Then wipes across the screen while touching both, having those contact points constantly. And then I have created the crop here, because in this case, the PNG, there's a direct line from the top to the bottom, like a vertical line that can be traced, rather than like some weird diagonal. So I just use crop, and you can see as it's going, I followed for both these two layers. So yeah, that is how you do the screen wipes, and I will show you how to do the next transition type in the next lesson. The fourth type of animation that we're going to be making is called zooms. So there's a couple of ways to do this, but essentially it's where we fill the entire screen with a certain color. So in this case, we've got the blue text, which fills up the screen by zooming it in, and that color then becomes the background for the next scene. So there's one example of me doing it, and I can bring up another one. If I just go into here, you will see that I do a very similar thing, but with a different sort of reason. So first it was changing the color, but this one, it was more me changing the scene. So I zoom in and I change the entire scene. So it gives that vibe of entering the house. Of course, this isn't actually like possible for me to have a PNG with a 3D inside as if it's some TARDIS, but I'm able to show the inside of this house using this zoom transition. So let's talk about this. We're going to talk about the first one, which is a simpler version of you fill the screen with a certain color. So I've introduced these elements, which are for today's video. We've got these two texts, and I want to basically zoom into, let's say, this middle bit here. The first thing I do is get this is the original scene. First thing I do is actually bring this as close as I can to the screen. So I've used a transform. It's an exit curve, and it's basically just scaling in as much as I can and positioning it so that it stays as central as possible. Because if I don't have this is what it ends up doing. So it will still zoom in, but the problem is it will basically just go off to the side like that. I wanted it not to be in the crease in here. I wanted it to be in the middle. So I used the position there. And what I found is if you go above like a certain amount, it starts lagging like crazy. Like it will literally just black screen, PC crash, everything. So instead of making it scale up and rotate on this, what I actually did was not only did I zoom on the element, the foreground element, but I also used an adjustment layer. What this adjustment layer does is while this piece is scaling in, we also zoom in with the whole scene. So where the main thing is scale, so it's zooming in with a scale. You've also got a rotation, so it's rotating the entire scene. See it? And it's positioning so that it doesn't go offset. Because if we didn't have this position, it would basically just zoom in here. I wanted to zoom in here. Very subtle, but hey, I wanted it like that. So once we've zoomed in like that, and you want it to be a sort of exit curve, so here you see it's an exit curve. Here it is technically an intermediate curve, but because it's cut off here, it's like it serves as basically an exit curve. Once you've zoomed in enough, you want to continue the momentum and basically fill up that space. So here I've got this PNG, so this is the actual background that I'm using. It's just PNG. But what I've done is actually change the color of it. So I've used the color balance to basically make it brighter than it actually was before. And the hue I changed a tiny bit. So instead of the super dark blue, it's more of a lighter blue. And essentially I try to color match as close as I can, but I wanted it slightly different to this color. What you can do if you don't want to do all these changes, or you don't have the PNG, when you're creating color map by going in your project, clicking this little new poster icon, color map, click OK. What you can actually do is just click OK for now. Go here. For the color map, you can double click it and use this pen dropper thing, and then grab the actual color. So now you have like a perfectly good color to use and transition into. So yeah, so while this fills the screen, the second that it fills, I've got the next PNG, which is this background. I've got it cross dissolving in. If you don't cross dissolve, it's just going to hard cut like this. So you want to add a cross dissolve so it sort of seamlessly goes in. So all these random imperfections, like the edge of this word, it kind of fades out smoothly. If you did it too late, then it would do this.
Nope.
So it still does work, but like these stay on for a little too long, and if it's too short, then sometimes it can look a little too harsh. So basically you want to mess about with the timings, but essentially the main point is for it to look seamless. So while it is still moving, this is why I've done an intermediate curve, you want to fade it on while the animation on the first screen is still happening, so that it does look seamless. You can see it's constantly moving while I'm fading. It's not that the animation just randomly stops. Like, imagine that it was like this, where the animation completely came to a stop, and then I faded it in. It's like it happens.
Go from noob to
it doesn't look as good as
from noob to
that. So that's me basically changing the entire background, so an artificial background. But let me show you what it looks like when you're zooming into more PNG and there's more context behind why you're zooming in. So here, context. If I enable that.
Back in our old houses, whenever we got a house, me and James would make a Photoshop map of the room.
So it's basically telling the story of him being in a house and they Photoshop stuff in the room. So the first thing I did was I actually brought on all the elements. So if I hide this, in fact I'll hide this as well.
Houses, whenever we got
the first thing we did is we just brought the house in. So the curves are important here because I talked about that in things like layering and the curve module. But we brought in the house. And now to transition from here to here, first thing we did was actually zoom in on the house itself. So I wouldn't normally do this. Like normally I would just do this method where I'm scaling in with adjustment layers. So you see a scale in with the position. I only went up to around 800 because if I went above 1000 for some reason my PC it lagged like crazy. So I just used two. I used a transform on adjustment layer, but I also added a zoom in on the PNG. So if I don't have this motion, if I didn't have V-scale keyframes, it's like it doesn't zoom in as much, but I wanted it to zoom in even more. So that's without the motion. If it will update, let me just go here. So that's what it looks like without it. This is what it looks like with it. So it zooms in even more without lagging too much. And I used also a radial blur. So I believe Premiere might have radial. In fact, you can use something like directional blur here as well. And yeah, you can use directional blur here. So pretty much it's to make it so that it blurs slightly. It's not necessary. Technically, the transforms motion blur, so the triangle does the same thing. I just wanted to make it a little more enunciated, so you can see it just adds a little bit of edge blur. And once you're zooming in, so these will all be exit curves. The exit curves on the first scene, and then entry curves on the second scene. So here I've used an S_shake using the Z distance. Honestly, this is such an inefficient way of doing it. Basically, this will change how zoomed in or how it is. It's essentially the same as a transform, but you're basically zooming in to the scene. You imagine this is a transform. It works the exact same. From, let's say this is about 50 zoom in to 100, or from 100 to 200, you're zooming in, and it's an entry curve, so it almost follows the momentum of the entry curve. So you know how, in fact, let me bring up a Miro board. If I just search up this, I'll show you it in drawing format. So smooth curves, if it's coming out, it looks like this. If it's coming in, it looks like this. If it's staying on, it looks like this. Pretty much, we're emulating this, but in two parts. So it's like, if you split it down the middle, you've got part A and part B. So the start of it is an exit, just like you can see here. And then this is an entry, which means that they follow each other's momentum, which makes it almost feel as though it's one scene. And once again, this color thing follows the exact same concept. So you've got an exit curve on this, and then on anything that's coming up, you've got an entry curve, as you can see here. So that is how you do the zoom in transitions. This fifth transition type is the impact transitions. Now, a lot of you might or might not know this, but I actually started editing in the Fortnite space, editing these videos called Fortnite highlights. It's these videos where we would put together kills and sync it up to music. I'll show you a few now, and the transition I'm about to show you took heavy inspiration from this. So I'm not sure if you noticed that, but between this clip and this clip, there's actually a transition. It is technically the same clip, but the scene is pretty much changing. And you can see there's this hard sort of smash that happens in between to give it a huge impact. And that's the sort of transition that I actually use in my edits today. So I'll find a quick example here. So in fact, I think there's one here. Yeah, I use one here.
You know, build it. Let me explain.
Here you see that same sort of impact going from this scene to this scene. And I believe I used it in this video as well.
Laugh challenge. Laugh.
So just here you see me doing a impact here, and this sort of idea, I'm going to show it more with the Fortnite clips, because honestly this is how I learned it, so I think it'd be nice for you to learn it in the same way. So if we look through these clips, so if you don't play Fortnite, you're not going to understand what's happening, but I'll be able to explain it to you. So if you just look in the bottom right, it might be easier for you to see what's actually happening with the zooms and stuff. But you can see where we finished one clip. So we finished the clip here. We're zooming in. And then we impact to the next one with like a shake. If we go here, it's very similar. So this time we don't just do like a normal build up. We do like sort of a zoom in and a little wobble. And then it impacts to go from this scene to this scene. So there's basically two parts. There's before the impact and after the impact. The build up and the impact itself. And when you put them together, you get like these super hard hitting moments. Like that. Here's another one. And things like this. So essentially I'm going to show you how to do it with content, but this is the concept that we're going to be using for our impact transitions, where there's a build up and an impact. I've brought up a couple clips here where I'm going to show you how to do it. Essentially, you're going to have your two clips that you want to transition between.
What kind of information?
And there's two parts you want to have, the build up and the impact. Just like before, we're going to have the build up, which has an exit curve, and the impact, which has an exit curve, an entry curve, sorry. So let's pull up a transform and put it on our first one. And what we're going to do is have it basically preempt the movement, which is before the impact. We want to build up to it. So I'm going to create a scale from 100 to around, let's say, 120. Doesn't have to be too big. Put motion blur up, and let's make that an exit curve, just like so. And we want it to be right till the end of the clip.
Go mining.
We can extend that a bit. Let's say
go mining
here. So now you can see it sort of slowly just zooms in and randomly cuts out. So now we're going to end this second clip with basically a shake. There are presets that I use. Honestly, I haven't done this manually in a while, but I'll show you the preset and then let's see, shake. I normally use Vispac's shake, so we'll use, I mean, we can just pick any for now. So here we've got an impact shake, which is basically this green shakes, and we can modify it slightly from 120 to 100. So here now you can basically see it zooms in and then it impact shakes to the next scene. So this is what it looks like.
You need. Go mining. You need. Go mining.
And of course, in this context, it doesn't make too much sense, but like it's going from one scene to another. And to make this manually, you can just see the sort of keyframes that we made. So if we zoom in, the keyframes are just going from one position to the next. So it's going, moving around super fast, and it's slowly getting less and less amplitude until it comes to its original position. And if you didn't have this scale, what would happen is you get like these black bars, which is you shake and now there's these black bars which don't look the best. So we have a scaling which takes care of that. So this is how it would normally look like, and then with the scaling we zoom it in, and as the shake calms down we come over to the normal position and normal scale, which just allows the clip to play as usual. So you put these together, this is what it looks like.
Go mining.
And yeah, that is the basics of how you make an impact transition. So very similar to how we did it with these Fortnite clips. You've got the build up, which is you're zooming in, you're zooming in, you're zooming in. Just look at this bottom right, you're zooming in, you get a little bit of a wobble, and then when the wobble gets really hard, then you impact with the new scene. And to go back, I actually did the same thing. So it's like we're slowing it down, and then impact when we're back. So here we've got the movements down. If you feel as though the build up doesn't feel that good, you can experiment with the speed of it. So I know sometimes if you don't do the curve sharp enough, it can feel kind of awkward. Like if you do it more like this, it's just sometimes not as clean as if you do a curve like this, and maybe you need to extend it a bit. Maybe you need to make this sharper, once again long and sharp, just like we covered with the keyframes before. And with the impact, you want to make sure the impact happens exactly on the point of the first frame. So you can't have it like zoom in and then it pauses for like 2 frames. So it zooms in, it zooms in, it zooms in, and then it pauses and then it impacts. You've got to have it so that it keeps zooming in all the way up to the last frame, and the impact happens directly on the first frame. Because if you even have this a couple frames off, this is what happens. You have a zoom in, zoom in, and then it randomly stops moving and then it shakes. So you want to have it on the first frame. And yeah, and something else you can also do is have a brighten. So you'll notice with these sort of montages, let's say with this clip. So from here to here, you can see it goes super bright when you impact. That just makes everything come together better. So if we go here, it goes dark, and then impact goes bright like this. If we go here, you can see it darkens, then it goes brighter. You can do a similar sort of vibe. So if we come back to our clip, there's a few effects you can use. There's HLS color balance, which you can use, and you can keyframe the lightness, or you can use tint. We'll use tint in this case. So you add a tint on, set both the map black and the map white to white, so you're brightening the scene, and the amount to tint will change how bright it goes. Basically, you can do this similar effect with a white screen, like a white color matte, and keyframe the opacity. There's different ways you can do it. I'm just going to show you the way I normally do it. So you put a tint on and you keyframe it so that it goes from a high number to basically 0. So it does this. You probably don't want the first one to be 100. Let's say we do something around like 30. And then because it's at the beginning, what curve do? We do an entry curve. Just like so. Let's not make this as sharp. So now you can see it flashes when it comes on scene. Just like so. And something you can also do, you can do the inverse for the build-up. So you can add a tint onto the first clip, map both of the black and white to black. So it basically, this becomes like a black screen, basically darken. And we can tint from 0 to let's say around 30. Because it's at the end of the clip, it's an exit curve. Like so. Make sure it comes up all the way to the end of the clip. And now you will see it darkens just before it actually impacts.
Go mining.
If we extend this, make it less sharp, might look better. Yeah,
Nate,
so that is
what
how
kind
you
of
do
information do you need? Go mining.
the impact transitions, and this honestly works with any sort of scene because it's literally a way to go from one scene to another, and you can complement this with an impact, like a you can use a riser sound effect. Let me see if I have one. Riser MP3. You know, this might work. I'm just adding a random sound effect, so you boys can probably find one that works better. So like,
You need. Go mining.
you've got something like this.
What information do you need? Go mining. Do you need?
And then maybe hit E, and E. No idea if any of these are good, so let's hear it.
Do you need? Need.
Yeah, this is a horrible sound effect, but you get the point. Like, you would have a hard whoosh here, or maybe a soft impact where you get hit.
Go mining.
You know,
Nick?
this sounds awkward, so like, if this was an awkward scene, it would
Information
work
do you
well.
need? Go mining.
So you go on impact visuals, like this, an impact sound effect, then an exit visual, which is the impact shake, and the brighten, as well as the impact sound effect. What you'll find interesting is notice how an exit sort of curve like this. So look at the shape it takes, so it's like that. Notice how sound effects follow the exact same pattern. For the exit curves, it looks like this. For the exit sound effect, it looks like that. For the entry curves, when it's impacts, it looks like this. Sound effect also looks like that. So it's just something interesting you might have not
Information
noticed.
do you need? Go mining.
So that is how you do the impact transitions, and that is all 5 transitions put together. What you'll notice is you can often put multiple of these transitions sort of together, which I'll actually probably make another lesson on that. So yeah, other than that, I will see you in the next lesson. Something I quickly want to cover before moving on to the creativity module is transitions that don't quite fit into any of the categories. In all honesty, 99.999% of your transitions are going to fit into either dissolves, slides, screen wipes, zooms, or impacts. They just are. But there are some where you can actually merge them together, and I'll show you a few examples now. So, for example, this is a scene where
50-50, but you know, we can talk about it. Now that step 1 is done, we need to make a room that no one is going to...
yeah. So, I mean, this is one of the impacts and kind of zooms put in one. So this one. So sure, it impacts hard, but there is some zooming element to it. And this next one where we fill the scene with an obsidian room, close the back door, and then impact him inside. There's quite a lot going on. So this doesn't cleanly fit into any of the categories because you've got kind of like a slide in, but then you've also got some zooming element because it's zooming onto the screen and it's sliding, and it's technically a screen wipe because we're covering some of it. And then you've got like a sliding up to cover more of the scene, and then you've got an impact. So it's like you've got a lot of different components into it, and realize that that's totally fine. I've given you these 5. These are going to cover literally, like, this is the one of the only examples of where I've mix matched lots of them. 99% of my transitions fall cleanly into one of those 5 categories, but there are going to be instances where you do mix them up. I think I've got another example around here. Yeah, so from this scene to this scene, this is a zoom, like, quite clearly. We've changed the background from orange to white by simply zooming in. Now to go from here to here, we've smoothly done it through quite a few things. First one, we've got an impact, because the character, you've got a small build up, then you've got an impact, and then yeah, so we've transitioned for the character. We've also got a slide in, and to get to this point in the first place we had to zoom, so it's kind of like 3 in 1. It's like we've got a zoom, slide, and an impact, and that is completely normal. And there are going to be points where the traditional slide in, it follows the same principles, it's just done in a more creative way, which we'll talk about how to find these creative methods later. But in this case, like, instead of just sliding on the dojo background, I've split the dojo into 2 and then made one piece slide on at a time rather than coming in one direction. So it's still a slide in, it's just done in a more creative way. So there are going to be points where you can actually have moments where you mix multiple of them together, but it will always have the components of these 5 transitions. And we'll talk about in next module how to actually think of these creative ideas, because honestly it's a skill on its own. So I'll see you there. Welcome to the creativity module. In this module, as it sounds, we're going to be going over how to be more creative. Now, I found this is actually a skill on its own. You hear people saying that, oh, I am creative or I'm not creative. Maybe you've identified with one of these things. The first step at becoming more creative is seeing it as a skill. It's not a trait that you're born with or you're not born with. When someone comes out of the womb, it's not like an editor just knows exactly what to do. Like, people have learned how to be creative. That means you can too. So if you think you can never be creative, that's a limiting belief. Either stop watching this because it's not going to help you, or understand that it is a skill. And the way that we level up the skill of creativity is the way you would level up in any other skill. If you wanted to improve at Premiere Pro, what would you do? You would learn about it, you would implement it, and you would do that a lot of times until you got better at it, right? So there's actually 2 components of gaining any skill. There's intentional effort and repetition. You actually trying to do the thing, and you trying a lot of times until you actually get good. Realize that with every single video you edit, you are going to be leveling up the skill of creativity. And if you haven't tried to level this skill up before, realize that you're probably not going to be the best at it. And that's okay. It's normal that your skill hasn't been leveled up yet. When you had just started editing on Premiere Pro, you weren't good at it, and it's not like that's a reason for you to not even try. In the same way, you should be optimistic that my skill in creativity, I've never tried leveling it up. There's now an opportunity for me to do it. And I want to bring in another concept that I think will be really useful for you to become more creative. It's called progressive overload. It's a term in the gym where, let's say there's a certain weight that you want to lift. You've got a 60 kg bench press. If you want to do that certain amount and you had just joined the gym, you've never worked out a day in your life, it's going to be hard for you to do that weight. And if there was someone who was trying to bench that weight, would we tell them, just keep trying to bench that 60 kg until you bench it? Of course not, right? He's going to injure himself. He's just physically not going to be able to lift it. Instead, we'll say, okay, just lift 20 kg. So basically just a bar with no weights on the sides. And then when he can get good at that, we'll add a little bit on. And then keep doing that until that becomes easy. Your muscles have grown, you've gotten stronger, and then add a little bit more weight on. Now it's only 40 kg. And we just keep going more and more weight, slowly by slowly, until we're at the weight that we want. That's the concept of progressive overload, and I've given you the example of it in the gym, but honestly, this applies to everything in life. It applies to the gym, it applies to your social skills, and more importantly for us, it applies to you trying to become more creative in your edits. If you're just starting on your journey on smooth editing, I actually wouldn't recommend you to create these crazy complex scenes where you've got 50 things coming in and there's 4 to 8 different like animations coming in at the same time. Like, I wouldn't actually try to do that. In fact, you're probably slowing down your progress more than you actually think. You would make more progress by just benching the bar, or just doing a smaller weight for now, by only bringing on a few clips, or only bringing on a few animations, a few PNGs at a time, rather than trying to go all out. So I know you would love me to say that just create something crazy in the first edit, but I'm saying this for your benefit, and I'm saying it because I could have made more progress earlier in my career if I listened to this. Sometimes you need to drop your ego and say, like, I'm not good enough yet to edit like this crazy animation, maybe like I see another editor do, but that's okay. I'm not gonna try to bench what he's benching right now. I'm gonna do the weight that I can do, and then with each time I have another workout, I'm gonna put that weight slightly up. Do whatever you can now, and with each edit, just try to slightly do a bit more. Just over deliver just that little bit. So now in terms of actually creating the edits and being creative with those, so building it up from scratch, I'll see you in the next lesson where we talk about sand dune theory. 2 years ago when I was in college, I was studying geography, so I'm 17 years old. And one of the concepts in geography is deserts and basically how environments form. Something I found really interesting was how sand dunes are formed, because it perfectly reflected my mindset when it came to editing. So let me explain it for you if you haven't studied geography before. The way sand dunes form is you have some sort of like debris, some sort of mass which causes sand when it flies towards it to slow down and stop. Wind blows sand across the desert, and when it meets this bush, it stops and it settles down, and it creates like a little mound, so more and more sand comes. And when more sand comes and flies across it, it comes across this little mound of sand and it builds on a little bit more. And then that keeps happening over months, over years, and suddenly you have these huge hills and valleys which are sand dunes, which have formed from this tiny little thing which started as like a tiny bush. And I remember how poetic I found this, because I'll keep it real, I didn't care about the education side of things. I was in college, but I was already making money editing because I'd been working for an extra year before that. And I didn't care about the actual sand dune. I cared more like, this is literally exactly what I do when it comes to me creating creative edits. The way you create a creative edit, it isn't just you start and then you've got this amazing piece of work in front of you. The way you make it is you start with something small, something so insignificant which looks like it's worthless. You start by just throwing something down the timeline, and then you build a little bit more on top of that. You just get a few sand grains on, and then it turns into like a little small mound after you've done some work on it. And maybe one day it turns into a huge sand dune, but maybe sometimes it never gets to that point. What sand dune theory is, if we had to put it in plain English, is you need to be okay with making mistakes. I find it so sad how so many of us have been fed this lie of perfection, and I think the education system has a lot to do with this. You're graded by a letter. Your literal self-worth is given by whether you have an A, B, C or D. Like, that's a horrible way for you to live, and it strips you of your creativity. Because now you're told that if you get an A star, okay, you're awesome. Like, you've done it perfectly. You have nothing else to improve on. Cool. But if you get something like a C, a D, it's okay, you did bad. Now we need to make sure you do better. Like, we need to make you do better. Why did you get that? Like, you're basically punished for trying new things. If you got into a new subject and you got worse grades than you normally do for something else, you would be punished for that. Next time, are you more or less likely to like that subject or want to do it any further? Of course you're not going to want to, right? And just to prove a point, I'm going to show you some examples from literal, like, my client work right now, but I want you to take this moment to just internally tell yourself, maybe you can even say this out loud, it's okay for me to make mistakes. It is okay for me to throw something on the timeline, try it for 2 hours, doesn't work, and I just end up deleting it. Like, that is completely fine. Because it's when you make those edits where you're just trying random stuff and allowing yourself to mess up, that is ironically when you create the best edits. It's the willingness to mess up. It's losing your ego and being like, I'm okay with creating a crap edit, but I'm just gonna try to see if I can make it work. And you end up making your best work like that. So here's a video that I've worked on recently, and I'll just let it play out for a few seconds. So that little animation in the corner was something that I made to basically show there was a forfeit, they had to drink a can of water, and yeah, I had to visualize that. So I'm going to show you the process that I had of executing that. So here's the project file, and this is what it looks like. So a toilet comes up, and there's a can that kind of bounces inside of it like this with a shadow. So it's pretty clean, there's not too much going on. and of course you have Vicstar's face coming up. I would say that this was well executed. It gives context of what's happening in the video and it works well. The thing is, to get to this point, a lot of people don't know this, but the way you get to a point like this, where you've got a clean thing that conveys the information well, you start by just throwing things on. I want to show you the first draft that I actually made for this overlay. So this was actually the first draft. So bear in mind, this is how it ended up. This was my first idea. I still remember I was in my cousin's house while I was working on this. I had taken my laptop and I was so dry on ideas because I had no idea how to visualize this. My initial thought was like, hey, the can that they're using is white. So in the actual video, the can they give as a forfeit, these, I found the exact brand and put it on. And I was like, it's white, let me put it in clouds, because I couldn't think of any other way. So I'm like, I bounce it in a cloud, and this is what I came up with. Of course, at the time, this didn't have the +1 on both of them. Like, the can didn't have the +1 on it. But this was the idea that I had. And the way that I got to this point was literally, I just placed down, first I placed down a cloud. So there was, I believe it was this one. I literally just placed this down. And then I added like the smoke overlay. And then I put the can inside and I made it so that there's 2 layers and it sandwiches it so that it looks like it's inside the cloud. And I would just be building it up layer and layer. And I'll be honest, I didn't have a vision for the final piece. I just knew I wanted to show this sort of information. But what I wanted to show this for is to show you, like, you need to be willing to just throw things onto the timeline, throw things onto the page, and allow the next step to come naturally. And honestly, you might do everything. You might try it all out. And then out of nowhere, you have another idea where it's like, I'm going to scrap the whole thing. I'm going to use a completely new concept. So this might have taken me, I believe this took me about 2-3 hours. And that's at the point I am now. So I'm already more efficient than most editors. It still took me hours and I had to scrap all of it just to get to this idea here. And to most people that seems like a waste of time, but do you think that I would have gotten this idea here if I didn't go through this first? So this wasn't wasted time. This was me actually becoming more creative. This was me getting the creative idea. Be willing to make mistakes, and maybe you end up scrapping all of it because you got a better idea, but be willing to make those mistakes in the first place. The second clip I want to show is in this video, which was, I'll just let it play out. So pretty much they're walking into McDonald's, Harry makes a fat joke. So the next scene, I turned them obese, and you can call this insensitive. I don't really give a fuck. It was funny as hell while I was editing it. So the idea I had for this was, I didn't know exactly how I was going to execute this. I just knew it would be funny if they were fat after they made a fat joke. So there was context within why I want to make this edit. It wasn't out of nowhere I made them fat. So the first thing I did was, I knew I needed to change the size of their body, and I don't change the size of everything else. That means I'm going to have their body just separated. So the first thing I did was just separated them from the rest of the scene. I didn't worry about how I'm going to make them fat. I didn't worry about the logistics. I didn't worry about which effects I'm going to use. I just masked him out. And then once I masked him out, that's when I decided the next step, which was like, okay, so now I've masked him out, I need to separate the body and the head. So then I did that step. And then after that, I figured out, okay, this is exactly how I'm going to make him wider. So there were certain effects that I used. And I just want to show this because a lot of the time, even with this next clip, I believe, let's actually use, I believe it's in the same video, there's a stupid ass edit that I can show you. Here we are. There was the edit here where where literally I turned Toby into a pickle. And that sounds so ridiculous, but in this context it worked. So it's like, he made the joke that, whatever, like some mad joke, but at first I didn't have the fully formed idea that this is exactly how the pickle is going to come up, this is exactly how I'm going to do the background, this is exactly the face that I'm going to use and the colouring that I'm going to use. Like, I didn't think about all of that. At first, I literally just said, I know I want to change him for a pickle. I just had that random idea that came up, and I'm like, let me just try it. So what did I do? I'm like, okay, I'm definitely going to have to get rid of him in the scene. First things first, let me just get rid of him. So I'm not going to explain fully in this video because this would take me another hour just to explain how I removed him. Basically, it's content aware fill in After Effects, and these are the few things I use After Effects for. You can do most of the things that you want in Premiere, just like I've shown you now. There's like a couple of things, like even rotoscoping, you can do it outside of After Effects, you don't need it. But it's things like content aware fill, fair enough, I'll use After Effects. This is the one time like I'll use After Effects for things like these. But essentially, I've taken him out, that was the first step. Then I'm like, okay, now I need to get rid of him. Cool, let me just like stretch him out. So that's the next step. And then the third step was bringing up the pickle. I just do it one step at a time. And at first, this was literally just a pickle. But then I had to, out of nowhere, randomly I had an idea. What if I put Toby's face on the pickle? So then I went in and then I added Toby's face to the pickle. Then I'm like, hey, Toby's face is on the pickle, but now it doesn't blend in at all. This is what it looked like. I'm like, okay, let me fade it in. Okay, now the color's off. Let me make the color different. It's like, you just do it step by step. If you try thinking 100 steps ahead, you're going to be way too overwhelmed to even take one step. And that's actually going to do you more harm than good. Because I would rather you take one little step or two little steps, mess up, go back and then try again. You would actually learn more from that than you trying to think ahead 500 steps and trying to create a crazy edit. So those are another few examples. We've also got something like this, where not this animation, this was the my other mate. So this is like a little sort of UI, so user interface type animation, where you have, similar to when we showed the little toilet thing coming up, but an animation like this, these can be super hard to try make from scratch. Like, there's all these different elements. You have like, you have like nests inside of nests inside of nests, and that is me making it as simple as possible. I'm someone that doesn't nest much because I just don't like it, because I think it's easier to go back in and edit things if you don't nest as much. Even then, I've still got a ton of nests. So this is what the timeline looks like for me creating this, and this is like the most efficient I could make it. But the way I started making this animation wasn't by thinking, oh, I need it exactly to look like this, and I need this to be this color, and then when it wobbles on, so there's like this animation where when it comes on, it actually sort of like bubbles on. So you can see it here. It bubbles on with like a little forward coming thing as well. Then it little bops. I didn't have all those ideas at first. I literally just started off. I put down a grey rectangle. I promise you, this is where it starts. When you want to create a crazy animation like this, the first thing you do, you just throw down random shapes. And then you're like, hey, I need to make another shape inside of that. And then I need to make another shape inside of that. Oh, what if I rounded off these corners? What if I made it so this had a turbulent display so it wobbles? It's like, you do all these things, but it starts off with you literally just throwing a piece on. But I have the actual process of me creating this exact animation, and you'll see, it's just me throwing stuff on the timeline, seeing what works, undoing half of it, and then trying it again until I get something that I like. So that is with that animation. And then the final one, so that's another animation that we made recently. It was this video where they're just racing to a place and there's challenges along the way. So I created these cards to essentially visualize them opening the physical cards, but obviously the viewer can't see this, so I'm trying to make it look kind of cool. It kind of has like a playing card feel. That was the idea that the team was going for. And these, I would say, look pretty clean. We used them throughout the video, and generally they convey the video very well. I want to show you the first draft that I actually had for this. So this was what it ended up looking like. This was the first draft. Final. First draft. I want you to imagine I used this in the actual video. Like if we just go here and we paste that on, imagine that I had this as actually like part of the video where I would try to give information like this. Compare how this looks compared to these. These look so much cleaner. But I wouldn't have gotten up to this point with the clean animation and the clean like image and how creative this one looks without first going through this. I had to allow myself to mess up. This, it looks okay, but it's very far from good. And it was only by like literally just throwing down random rectangles and trying to layer stuff and then adding with texts, and yeah, I tried it. And then I was like, it looks kind of shit. What can I change? Oh, what if I did a white background? Because that would make it look lighter for this type of video. And then what if I made it look taller so that it looks more like a playing card? And I had to redo a lot of this, but it was by allowing myself to create this crappy version, which made it so that I can ultimately make the version that we ended up using in the videos. So yeah, those are just some examples of my process when it comes to sand dune theory, because honestly, the hardest part is allowing yourself to mess up. If you are willing to suck, if you're willing to be bad at first, that's how you get good. Beginners stay beginners because they're not willing to look like beginners. Masters at anything, the reason that they're so good at what they do is because at one point in their lives, they sucked. And they were horrible at what they did and they were embarrassed to show their work. But they still kept creating. And they were willing to suck for a short amount of time in order to look like the master that they are now. So be willing to suck, and yeah, hope you found this useful, bro. So what we have here is a page that I've made for you. It's called the editing tracker, and it includes both a project tracker as well as what we're going to be focusing on now, which is the inspiration bank. So first, I'm going to show you how to actually make this for yourself. It'll take you literally 30 seconds. So I want you to go onto Notion. I'll have this linked. And once you're in here, it's a free app. You'll be able to just click log in, and you can log in using a Gmail. Once you've done that, you'll have a page like this. What I want you to do is actually go to the link which I have linked you. So it'll be this link. Once you've gone to this link, you'll have access to the template that I've just shown you. And what you can do is click duplicate right here. It might be a different word for you. It might be written as a word, but this is the button that you can click for duplicate. Click duplicate, and now what that will do is ask you where would you like to add it. Just add to private on your workspace. It might take a second to duplicate over. And once that is done, you now have something called editing tracker. You can delete these other ones, honestly. You want to keep your Notion as clean as possible. I prefer to keep literally 1 to maximum 3 tabs ever, like in my life. And that's not even just for editing. Like my life is given by 3 different tabs. It's simplicity that gets you far in life, boys. Off topic, but hey. So just keep your editing tracker. And now that you've duplicated it, in the inspiration bank, you have all these different tabs where I've just given as examples. So you can see something like this where you've got a screenshot of a technique that has been used. So Premiere Pro Gaussian blur layering. So I can imagine they've used Gaussian blur to add depth here, something we talked about in the earlier module. Here there's an exploding car. There was an edit that was made. Oh, there's a link here which you can go to see it actually being done.
That trend has destroyed so many cars. Holy!
So it's like these are all your different points of inspiration, and you, as you're going about your life, as you're going about your own, just you're on Twitter, you're looking at someone's edit, I want you to take moments out of your day where you realize like, oh wait, that's a really cool edit, or you kind of have a moment where you think that. You just go here, click new, and you can type it in. So let's say on Twitter, you find a edit where, let's just bring up a Sidemen video.
How far can the sidemen get?
So let's say you find this, you can just screenshot something like this, and it's like, paste it in here, and maybe you say cloud clock title screen. You can just give it sort of a name that rings a bell for you. For tags, I recommend doing what sort of category this goes into. So this is more a visual effect, sort of like subtitles, fonts, and I like the colors for this. So those are some of the tags that I might give it. So for something like this, it was, I liked how he did the text, so I just put the tag as subtitles/font. So while you're making this, you do the title, you do the tags, and I also recommend doing the links. So if it's on YouTube, you can right click and copy video URL at current time. What that does is it'll give the exact time of when that effect happened. So let's say there was an effect like midway. Just pretend you want to do... Okay, let's just say for some reason you wanna do this as your inspiration bank. You could do, you're creating a new one. Just screenshot this. It doesn't need to be a perfect screenshot because it's just for you. So let's say map animation in for trains. I believe that's a train map animation. It's for trains, right? I think so, yeah. So for trains, tags, it's a visual effect. Link, just go to where it is, copy video at current URL time, and link, and that's basically done. Now, let's say one day you're confused, you're like, I can't think of anything creative. Instead of having to watch hours of videos and scrolling on YouTube and getting distracted and ending up not doing any work, and it's 9 p.m. and you need to go sleep and you've got nothing done, so you're doing all-nighter, so you want to die, and then you wake up late for school. Like, instead of going through that loophole, that like rabbit hole, you can just come into your inspiration bank and look through and be like, what sort of stuff do I feel like I would like? Okay, cool. I need a visual effect. Visual effects will always come at the start because it's ordered in terms of like visual effects, then subtitles, then composition, then music, and call to actions. So it's like, I'm just looking through. You know what? This cloud thing looks cool. Maybe I'm going to do a cloud effect, but I'm not going to do it with the text and the clock. I just want to use the cloud. And I kind of like how this opacity isn't 100%. It's kind of faded out. I like that. I can do that for not a text, but instead I can do it for an image. So like I've taken inspiration from this. Let's say I want to see literally how they did it in the video. You can just copy this, paste, and it will go directly to the point at which that timestamp was. So in this case, let's say I want to, there's like punching subscribe button as a call to action. You know what? Let's see how this was actually done.
If you thought those people were smart, hit the subscribe button. If you want to check out these...
Cool. Okay, so maybe I can do that. You know what? That I'm not going to do a subscribe call to action, but maybe I could do it with a whole person. I can get the person and punch them out, and I use that as inspiration. So I've copied, like this could have been from someone else's video. I've taken that, and now I'm going to steal that in my own edit. And it's when you have this inspiration bank, I've got like maybe 8, 9 here. I genuinely want you to have hundreds and hundreds of pieces of this over the next few years. Like, this is something that you keep with you, and every single day, maybe you just come across something, you just add it in. Just add it in, whatever. Just add it in. Like, it's such a small thing, but when you're stuck with a creative rut and you feel like you can't think of anything, this is going to be your best friend. And this same thing works with Twitter. So if you find something on Twitter where you like it, just add a screenshot of it, give it somewhat of a name, give it a tag, add a link to it. And what this allows you to do is just keep everything in one place. Instead of having 100 different tabs, you just have it in one place. And what I want you to realize is, don't feel bad for this. This is literally like, this is how every single thing in the world was made. There's 8 billion people in the world. Do you think people have many original ideas? Even when scientific innovations are made, let's say when like fucking laptop was made, the way that a laptop was invented and made, it's like, he didn't make that from scratch. He built off the innovations from people that made light screen, made like the LED stuff. and then people that invented buttons, and then like he didn't have to remake all these things. He just stole what they made and then added it all together and made it better. So it's like, don't feel bad for stealing. Honestly, it's how everyone learns. There's this beautiful phrase which was, I think it was like the greats are bit. I'm only great because I stand on the shoulders of giants. It's something like that, where you can comfortably, like I can comfortably say, I'm saying I'm a good editor. Maybe it's ego. I don't really care. I can say I'm a good editor, but I'm also more than happy to say there were so many editors I completely like stole parts of their edits. Like I look up to them and I'm friends with them now. Like I'm friends with these guys and I tell them like, oh yeah, I know like we're friends now, but about 2-3 years ago, I used to be like your fucking fan, bro. I used to screenshot your work and literally try to copy it. Like that's how much of a fan I was. And I'll say that, like, bro, I'm grateful that you posted your work so I could appreciate it and I learned because of it. They just say like, oh, that's cool, like, thank you. And I never expected that. Like, people find it nice. Like, it's a compliment, bro. So, yeah, that is the inspiration bank. And later on, I'll show you how to use the project tracker. That'll be the bonuses. But, yeah, inspiration bank, go create this now. So just go to the link, go back in this video if you forgot how to duplicate it. And, yeah, I really, really recommend creating this. And something else I recommend you do, have this tab open up every single time you open Chrome. The way you do that, go into here, go into settings, and on startup, go into this tab, go into open a specific page or set of pages, click add a new page, and then add the link to, after you've duplicated it, add this link. So copy that and paste it in here. And now every single time you open up Chrome, it will literally like bring up your editing tracker, so you have inspiration literally the second you log into Chrome. Instead of you getting distracted and as soon as you open your Chrome, you go on Twitter, you'll be met with inspiration. So it's just like, if you want to change your behavior, if you want to improve, you want to make it as easy as possible, that's one of the ways you do it. So I really recommend you do that as well. And yeah, that's the inspiration bank. Hope you found this useful, bro. Presets are man's greatest invention and you cannot convince me otherwise. Just quickly, let me show you what they do if you don't know already. Basically, let's say you have a transform. Normally, you want to slide it in, blah, 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 blah. What we learned in this course, cool. I can't bother doing the actual curve. But essentially, like you have a smooth curve in. That might take you 20-30 seconds to get perfect. But if you want to do that within a lot less time, you can do just search up whatever you want and you can just drag it in. So all of these steps you now do in one little drag, and also you have zero chance of messing up because you can't accidentally put in the wrong values. And you can stack them. So let's say you slid it in, now you want to slide it out, right? You can also do that. So it's like, cool, you save some time, awesome. I think the bigger benefit with presets is not only do you get the simpler effects, but you can also do like the the ones that are a lot more complex. So you have something like, let's say, let's go a little more complex than usual. You have the jelly poppin, which just has the height and width scale offset, so that it has this cool little poppin. That's something I love doing. Makes poppins look a lot more dynamic. This might take you 2-3 minutes to do on its own to get the curves perfect. I've made a perfect one where now I'm just able to add it on within one drag. Same thing with something like this, where you have like 4 a lot more complex effects. I'm able to do this within one drag. Let's say you have something like a shake that you want to make. Normally to create a shake, which we showed before, you'd have to go in and basically manually just move it slightly to the side each time. Or you can have someone who's done it before, or you, who's created all of the keyframes perfectly. Imagine you having to go in and create all of these little movements. Someone has done it for you. And it looks amazing as well. This would have taken someone maybe 4 or 5 hours to do. Instead of you having to do it every single time, you just drag it in. So that's what presets do. And I want to show you how to use presets in your workflow in a way that doesn't stifle your creativity, because a huge like sort of limiting belief that a lot of editors have, and I have no idea why editors have this. It's like, oh, I don't want to use presets because I'm going to be original. I would say that my work looks original. Like, I would say it looks original.
For today's video, we go from...
Maybe it's ego, but hey, I'm proud of my work. If I go in any of these clips, you can see all the presets that I use. I'm constantly using presets, and it's not a bad thing. And honestly, if you want to make money from editing, which I'm assuming you do, if you want to get to like the higher echelons of video editing and like you want to make a crap ton of money for it, these guys, they value their time. You have to have your workflow dialed in. If you take multiple days on a video when someone else can take one, if I can get a video done in 4 times less time than you and it looks better, you're gonna get fucked. So do you want to be that editor that's getting fucked, but I don't use presets because I'm original? Or you can use presets and actually leverage the fucking technology that you've been given. So yeah, I'm going to show you how to do it. So the way you want to use presets is whenever you manually create something that you enjoy. So let's say you're doing something with transform, you're creating this cool little effect, which is like, let's just make something where you're skewing and it goes from here to here. And obviously I'm just doing random stuff right now, but this is you genuinely going throughout your editing career and creating a cool edit that you took your time on. So, okay, I'm just going to make like a random effect here. I don't even know what I'm making here. Okay, cool. Like, you know, this actually looks kind of cool. And then you rotate it maybe anti-clockwise and do that. Okay, awesome. Like, pretend this was polished up. Like, you could actually make this look pretty cool if you took the extra time. But for the sake of this tutorial, we're not going to do everything. So cool, let's say you've made this PNG entry animation and you have it at the beginning of the clip. To turn this into a preset, you first make sure it's in the right place. If it's an entry animation, which we learned about before, you keep it at the beginning of the clip. Right click, save preset, and name it something. Let's call it spin skew PNG in. You would then anchor to in point. What this does is these keyframes will automatically go at the beginning of the clip. If you don't do this, the animation will basically stretch. In fact, let me show you what the default looks like. So normally it's always set to scale. And let's go find it, skew in. If you had a PNG, so this is an empty PNG now, and you just drag this on, it's like, cool, it looks good. Awesome. If you had a PNG, which was, let's say, an empty PNG, but it's longer, so let's say there's a longer PNG, I'm exaggerating here for the sake of example, and you drag this on, it looks fine. This looks fine, but look what it does. Holy shit, I think it's gonna crash my thing. But yeah, basically, bad things happen when you don't use the anchors properly. So I'm going to delete that, and hopefully my Premiere sorts itself out, because god damn, what has happened here. In fact, you know what, I'm probably going to restart my Premiere because this has fucked everything up. We apologize for the technical difficulties, but essentially that's what I mean by bad things happen when you use scale. What it's essentially doing is it's stretching it out if it's a longer clip, and it makes it shorter if it's a shorter clip, which kind of messes up your animation. So what I want you to do instead is when you're saving the preset, so let's say we want to save this as a preset, you save it as the preset. So spin skew PNG in, I'm going to call it 2 just for now, just to make it clear. Instead of using scale, use anchor to in point. So for entry animations, you use anchor to in point. For exit animations, you use anchor to out point. So if this is an in animation, because it's coming onto the screen, click OK. And now, if I use it on the exact same PNG, it will work perfectly. Awesome. And if I use it on a super long PNG, it still works. And this applies to every single animation you do in terms of any entry animations. So whether you use just transform, whether you use VR glow, whether you, let's say you have a glow that you want to use. VR glow. and you want to make it so that it glows. However, the exact thing I'm going to do doesn't really matter. Let's just say you want it to do a short glow where it's basically glow brightness and it goes to 0. So you want to have a flash on, let's say. So this is how a clip would normally look. So you would have the first bit of the clip with nothing on it, and then you have a cut where the glow happens, where the flash happens, and then you have a glow. So cool, let's mess about with this. Cool, let's say we like this. In fact, let's make it green because that's more of like context that we could use it in. So it's like, this would be when something correct. Okay, let's say you want to do this, use this in the future. You really like this animation. VR glow, right click. It's an entry animation because it's at the start of the clip. Anchor to endpoint. Cool. So now whenever we have another clip that we want to use it on, let's say you literally want to use it with, damn, we're gonna like break the fourth wall here. So let's say there's this clip you want to use it on. You just cut wherever you want the glow to happen, drag it on, and wait, in fact no, we didn't even create the preset. I'm a dumbass. You would right click, save preset, VR glow, let's just call it green flash. What did I even call it? Anyways, green flash. Now whenever you cut it, you just drag it on and it will green flash for you. Sick. And this works with PNGs, everything, whatever. You might want to create different animations, one for a PNG, so you could literally call this green flash PNG, and then you could have a different one that you use for full screens. Maybe you have it where the luma threshold is around 0.4 and you have the brightness that isn't as, in fact, what if you kept luma threshold on minimum? It's just the glow brightness you went to like 0.2, and then you could save this as a preset as green flash face cam, anchor to endpoint. So you do that, and this exact same concept works with exit animations. So let's say you created a preset where you've got transform, and you've made this come out of the screen by going down, and at the same time it's skewing. So of course this is just random animations that I'm doing. You would, let's say, have this sort of thing, and perhaps you have also another effect, which is, in fact I'll show you multiple effects later. So you would have this at the end of the clip because it's an exit animation. It always happens at the end of the clip. Make sure it's lined up. Cool. And then you just right click, save preset, drop skew PNG. Why do I keep writing skew? Anchor to out point. Now whenever you have a clip that you want to use this on, you just go onto it, type in skew, drop skew PNG. Now it will automatically drop skew at the end of the clip, which is awesome. And of course this looks a lot better when it's actually within context of the video. So normally you won't have a clip that's like 10 minutes long. It'll be maybe like a couple seconds. So here you can have spin skew PNG in, and then it drops out as well. So it's like, cool, that's how we're using presets now. And you can stack presets. So this is part of being creative. You can stack presets. So if I just use like Malice shadow, I can add a drop shadow, and then let's say I use Danny shake, and then I add a VR glow, and I want it to right here, I want it to flash. So if I write green flash, so now you have all these different things happening to the picture, which is like otherwise would have taken you a while. In fact, let me pre-render this just so that it doesn't lag as much. It's because I'm using a different drop shadow that lags a lot more than the default drop shadow. I use the vanilla drop shadow now. In fact, I'll just drag that on. Drop shadow Malice. I'm just going to use the free one because that's actually the one I use now. What has happened here? It's because this has started late. Then you could nest that, add in a green flash. So now you have like this clear animation where you can see it's by doing stuff like this where you would start getting the animations made for things like these, where it starts off like a few things, but now you can see, like, you can imagine me breaking down this animation into basically just presets. Like, okay, you could have a preset for spinning in, preset for going left, and then for this one it's like you have a slide in preset. I probably did use a slide in preset for this. Like, yeah, I just used my slide in preset, right? So that's how you use presets. And if you want to make a preset that's a little more complex, this is how you do it. Let's say you want one where you've got a transform which slides it up like so. And of course, normally I would take a lot longer if I'm going to make an effect. But you have a slide up, and you also want it to flip when it's on the screen. In fact, let's say it's in this axis, it flips. Let's say you want it to spin while it comes up, like that, and it comes to a stop slowly, so it's an entry animation. So here we have like this cool little slide in, and then let's say you want it to VR glow as well, just to add some brightness to it. So that's without, that's with, and we want it to be kind of golden, let's say. That looks horrible. In fact, let's keep it white. So this is sort of what you want, and you want it to the glow to slowly fade. So keyframe the brightness to go from 0.2 to 0. And of course, these curves I haven't done perfectly. I've literally just done on the spot. Normally I would take maybe 10 minutes to make all of that. Now let's say you want to turn literally all of this into a preset. You want to be able to apply this to any PNG. All you do, click, hold control, click divest, right click, save preset, spin in glow, anchor to in because these are all entry animations, click OK. Now whenever we apply this, it will do all of those effects. So let's say we have a fresh PNG. Imagine we've never done this before. Spin in glow. And now, whenever we want to use this, we can literally use it whenever. Like, this can be used in any effect, in any context. So, yeah, that's how you create that. And something I want you to understand is when you use presets, usually you're not going to use presets as the final form. So a lot of these, like you see, they're made with presets, but I didn't use just the preset. I used the preset as a base. So I applied a preset, and then you need to allow yourself to actually manipulate the values. So I might actually, let's say, add this on, but then I realize, like, I don't want it to come in from the bottom. I want it to come in from the top. I can come in here, literally go on top of this keyframe, and move it to the top. go. And now the basic 3D is happening a bit too fast. Maybe I could make it spin less. So maybe I make it start at a certain level so that it doesn't spin as much. Or maybe it's happening too fast. I can make it happen slower. There we are. So it's coming in from the bottom. I think I accidentally undid me moving it to the top. So let's just quickly move it to the top. Still happening too fast. Make it less steep. Now it's too slow. Move it there. Cool. I like that. Maybe I want the glow to be red. And I want it to be start super bright. And I want it to fade out earlier. What if I want it to turn red instead of going away from red? And then I want it to turn back to 0. Then I can maybe manipulate these curves to make it work better with the sort of red flash. And yeah, so now I've got this kind of similar animation to what we had before. So this was the original, but we just kind of manipulated it. And what if I wanted that to be in the top right as like an overlay? And let's say I also wanted a drop shadow. You can add in the drop shadow to it. And now it does have a drop shadow. Let me put a transparency grid on. So what if I want to try drop shadow? Cool, let's put that on as well. And now when I want it to come out, I just want a slide out. I want to slide out to the right. So now it does this. And after a few seconds, it will slide out. Cool. And what if I wanted to sort of handheld shake while it's on the screen? Let's say this one. And I believe this one is made mostly for full screen, so I can turn off the 105 scale. And now we have all of this happening. That was made all from separate presets, but this looks like a completely original animation because I was able to bring in different presets, and yeah, I was able to manipulate them and stack them, and I was letting myself mess around with the values. What I highly recommend, honestly, preset packs, one of the biggest investments that I made when I started out. I'm so glad I made them. Genuinely, like, it was the best investment I ever made because it allowed me to have a base to build on. Just like we talked about before, like when you're being creative, we talked about this in the inspiration bank. The reason people are great is because they stood on the shoulders of giants, they stood on the shoulders of other great people. You can become a good editor by using other people's presets, not just by copying them exactly. You can use them on their own. I still do use them on their own a lot of the time. Like, I'll still use, like, a lot of the time, I will literally just, like, slide up. Let's say Danny shake, mini handheld. And then Mal slide out. And then get it out to the right. Like, I could, and then maybe we have a drop shadow. Like this, technically, I changed none of the values, but I can still use it. This is still very feasible in a video, given the context, of course. So, like, yeah, you can just apply presets, which is great. Like, you will get good. I want you to be able to, like, not only use the presets, but able to manipulate them for yourself. There's that phrase, which is you can give a man a fish, feed him for a day, teach a man how to fish, feed him for a lifetime. I want to not only give you the fish, like, I'm giving you the presets when you do buy other people's and stuff. Like, you don't even need to buy mine. Like, I don't really care. There's so many other people that have amazing packs. But it's the fact that I want you to understand you're able to manipulate things. Just like we did with this small example, where we went from here to, I don't even know what we did. We ended up doing a madness with this, yeah. And if you really wanted to, you could turn this into its own preset, or you could separate them. You could have one of the presets just for the basic 3D, one of the presets just for the transform. You can have whatever you want, and you're able to build up your own catalog of presets. So there's times where I have a folder called literally client presets. I don't use this too often now, like I only use it for a few clients. But if there's a preset that I use specifically for a certain creator, I would add it in here. Let me see if I did it with Jessa. No, I don't have it on this PC, but sometimes there would be a preset I would use specifically for that client. I would just add it in its own folder with their name. And oftentimes I would use these presets on videos that weren't even for that client. So like, I'm sure there's probably some here where I've used it for like a Sona one, yeah. So this was a Sona preset that I used for Sona's videos, but I can still use it in another video. That's the power of creating presets, and also the power of actually trying hard on a video even if you're not getting paid much for it. Purely because even if you're not getting paid much for a video but you try very hard on it, it means that you are creating the assets and the resources that you can use in a future video, and that will mean you will get that video done faster, meaning you get paid technically more for that video. So it's all a future investment into yourself when you try hard on videos, and this is the process that I use to make it so the work you do today will pay you off for the rest of your life. So that's presets, and hope you enjoyed that. Congratulations, you now know everything you need in order to execute the smooth editing style. This is once again the style that I've used throughout my editing journey, and the one that thousands of editors are using in order to up-level themselves in the editing space. So now you've watched everything, I'm going to put you on a path where you actually make progress. I'm sure perhaps you've done it in the past where you watch a video, it's hype, you've gotten all the information, and you do it for maybe a day or two. But a few weeks pass, months pass, and then you've kind of forgotten about it. I'm going to share exactly how I implement new information that I learn, and how you can learn the smooth editing style in a way that you're taking action and growing at the fastest rate possible. So your goal coming into this was learning how to edit smooth videos. So that's your goal. But actually trying to create smooth edits in a counterintuitive way isn't the fastest way to make progress with your smooth editing. I want you to imagine this. Imagine your goal was to have a physique, like a body that you've built in the gym. If that was your goal, if you obsessed over that goal, sure, one day you might get it, but day by day, it'd be extremely hard to know if you're on the right path. So in a weird way, focusing not on the big goal, but on the daily workout would be a better way to make sure you're making progress. If you just obsessed over the number of workouts you did, of course, having your rest periods and whatever, but if you just obsessed over the workouts, you would eventually achieve your goal anyways. So there's two sorts of measures here. There's the lag measure, which is the big goal, which lags behind the work. And then there's the lead measure, which leads up to us getting the big goal. The problem with focusing on the lag measure, the big goal at the end, so the physique, the money you want to make, the editing style that you want, if you just focus on this, you don't know what you're supposed to do, and also it can feel kind of overwhelming, right? So focusing on the lead measure, the day-to-day, the workout to get to the physique, the number of videos to grow on YouTube. So let's say you wanted to hit 10,000 subscribers, 100,000 subscribers, whatever. If you were a YouTuber and that was your big goal, in a weird way, you obsessing over the subscriber count wouldn't help. But if you just obsessed over uploading videos, that would naturally correlate to the big goal. So the lead measure is number of videos uploaded, lag measure is subscriber growth. So for your smooth editing journey, what's the lag measure and the lead measure? The lag measure is the big goal, you wanting to become a smooth editor. The lead measure, the day-by-day action, is the number of videos that you've edited. Especially with the stage that you're in now, you're in this amazing spot where with every single video, as long as you're actually trying on it and you're implementing the advice you've learned here, you're going to be making crazy progress. So here's an actionable step that I want you to do, because there's something I did when I was growing and it made my style improve by so much. Get a piece of paper where you're going to create a tally, like a board, where you're basically going to put a line at the top like this, just separating the top and the bottom. And then at the top, you're going to put videos edited. Just like this. This doesn't have to be neat, whatever. And every time you edit a full video, you're going to put a tally just like that, just a line. And the second one, you're going to do the same, and then as you go out throughout your career, you're just going to add more and more tallies like that. And the reason you do this is measuring the lead measure. This is the number of videos you edit. And what you'll find is if you obsess over this metric, your editing will improve honestly without you even thinking about it. All that matters is you edit videos, and each time you edit, you get slightly better than the last. So what I highly recommend you do, because this helped me, is create that table. Get a piece of paper now. If you tell yourself you're going to do it later, let's keep it real, you're probably not going to. Get a piece of paper, create that table, and either leave it on your desk, or what I used to do that helped me, stick it up on your wall. I've always been obsessed with sticking things up on my wall. You can see I've got like the whiteboard there. I've always found it useful. Whenever I have tallies, whenever I did this, keeping it up on the wall is amazing, because not only are you able to see it, but you're almost like held accountable for it. When your parents walk in and they see that, oh, he's got like 3 more tallies literally within the last week, they just take you a little more seriously. And for me, my parents never supported me editing heavily, and when they see these weird things that I'm doing where they can see I'm actually putting in effort, even though they can't really understand it, they see how much obsession is going into it. And yeah, that was just a small part of me being able to convince them to let me edit full time. But that's besides the point. Go create this table where you've got the line, videos edited at the top, and then the tally. And honestly, by the next year, I want you to just slowly create this entire tally, whether that's practice edits, whether that's client work, no matter what it is. And just turn it into a little bit of a game where you're just trying to get that next one, and maybe every 5 you give yourself a reward. And yeah, it's a cool system that I found where you focus and obsess over lead measures, and the lag measure, the big goal of becoming a smooth editor, happens by accident pretty much.